School of Oriental and African Studies who have gathered here, those from the Royal African Society, Chatham House, Ministry, the Foreign and the Commonwealth Office, African heads of state, those listening on their behalf. Before I begin any speech, let's play our Twitter space anthem. We want to play in this, and therefore we take 1 minute also after that national anthem of our Twitter space, the African anthem. We shall take 1 minute silence to the people who have perished out of the war in Sudan that erupted on 15th of April 2023. The Twitter space anthem, please, Nairobi. Thank you. Thank you very much, Let's take 1 minute silence in honor of those who have been killed by the war in Sudan and elsewhere across the planet. 1 minute silence, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to see you here today, those on Twitter Space and those listening physically in this hotel this evening. Thank you very much. In this hall today, there stands a huge task to bring about the explanation of events that took place that have triggered the current fight that we see on the streets of the capital cities or the cities across Sudan. Ladies and gentlemen, my role as a Pan-African and my role as a person involved in conflict resolution and management my role as a straight-talking person on conflicts that have killed our continent is to bring about and to persuade people to return to dialogue. I have said time and time again, ladies and gentlemen, that Africa needs a redemption strategy. Most of you who have been following my work will agree with me that I predicted about the collapse of the Sudan state almost 1 year ago. Ladies and gentlemen, I wrote 3 documents, 3 papers to the Secretary General of the United Nations, to the African Union, and to the generals themselves. I want to make a disclaimer here that both generals are my friends. And therefore, I know them. I knew them before they even became heads of state and deputy head of state. I have been in worse position than the one I'm in today to try to bring about 2 friends who seem to have gone parted ways of a problem that I know and I saw coming long time ago. I want to make it very clear before I start my lecture that this is an open lecture and my paper will be circulated to you, and I want, as I finish my paper, Nairobi, get ready to paste this paper that I've prepared for students and other people, professionals, presidents, PAs of the presidents, and other people whom I've invited to this lecture. We shall be doing lectures of this nature periodically, once in a month or more. And at a certain stage, these lectures will be part and parcel of an African policy that could be taken in the School of Oriental and African Studies or Royal African Society or Chatham House or agencies that are interested, International Institute of Strategic Studies, the African Union, the Center for Democracy in all places in Africa, the Westminster Foundation. Is for free. I don't belong to any of those NGOs, but I belong to think tank. Two of them at least. I'm a member of two think tanks. One, Chatham House. Two, the Royal Society, the Royal African Society. And actually three, the International Institute of Strategic Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation in Sudan calls for an urgent intervention. As you have seen from my preamble, those of you seated here tonight, and those watching and listening over Twitter space, as Africans, we shall not get tired of telling our story and telling people that hands off Africa. This open lecture is towards a better Africa. It's the struggle for a better Africa and a return to peace dialogue in Sudan and Africa. I want to acknowledge the Foreign and the Commonwealth Office of Britain. Those members, some are here listening. To all members of the Royal African Society, members are listening. School of Oriental and African Studies in London. Chatham House in London. International Institute of Strategic Studies in London. All students of political science and international relations, peace, security, and international relations in Africa, and from my former university, the London Guildhall, renamed London Metropolitan University. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic is the Sudan war a proxy war or a power struggle based on the factors of International Criminal Court indictments on al-Bashir? What triggered the war? Many people across the continent of Africa have jumped in and talked about integration, which is also part and a factor to the trigger of the war that we see taking shape across Sudan and the great country of 45 million people, many of them caught in a crossfire. Ladies and gentlemen, introduction. This lecture tonight, 24th of April, in this great place, is to seek ways of finding an everlasting solution to the war in Sudan. I have been an ardent supporter of a redemption strategy that can get Africa out of the chaos. I want to put a disclaimer that both generals are known to me, and the former President Bashir is known to me because I stood and denounced the International Criminal Court indictments after we have worked so hard with Thabo Mbeki, President Thabo Mbeki. Wherever you were in South Africa listening to me, sir, you said you'll tune in, you listen. You are not appearing, but you are listening, sir. Thank you. We struggled in Darfur to bring about peace And that peace in Darfur, therefore, is holding, and it has been holding. One of the reasons why I hated the International Criminal Court is the manner in which they have dished their indictments across the continent of Africa, basing on who likes the Americans, who likes the French, and who doesn't like those two countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Criminal Court factor in the Sudan issue is very important. The key position I will take is this: East or West. The ICC remains the disruptive factor in Sudan politics. And unless, and I repeat, unless is dealt with, any government that you form in Sudan now or in the future will face turmoil. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I better repeat that the key position that I, Dr. David Matsanga, Manzi David Nyekorachi Matsanga, has taken is East or West. Whether you form a government of which nature, civilian, whatever government comes in, now or tomorrow, if the United Nations Security Council does not, and I repeat, does not look at the type of indictments that were dished out to General Bashir, peace will be a mirage. Any government in Sudan will collapse. And indeed, as we go to the press, as we speak right now, ladies and gentlemen, those in this hall tonight, and those watching and listening across the world, the first target of the RSF or the soldiers on the streets was to go for the release of their general. It's because there was a discussion as to whether to hand over General Bashir or try him locally in Sudan. I am of the opinion that you try General Bashir in Sudan, because Sudan is law, very clear, very important, very straightforward. They even have a death sentence, which some African countries don't have, if you are found guilty of even corruption or others crimes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, the same United Nations Security Council permanent members that are today running around the world telling IGAD, East African Community, AU, and pushing for a solution for Sudan, should decide, and I repeat, should decide on the furrow of indictments under Articles 39 and Article 40 of the United Nations Charter, Chapter 7. For those students of political science and international relations, those who don't know what Article 39 means, I will play it for you here. It simply says, any breach to peace, any threat to peace, the United Nations Security Council can return and remove, defer. Deferral means just put on hold for a period of 2 years, extendable, and allow Sudan to form a government of national unity, civilian government, without disruptions, without ICC ghosts haunting any government. Remember, I will justify by telling you the truth that the government of Prime Minister Hamdok in 2021 was overthrown because of he was talking of handing over General Bashir to the ICC. You remember the chief prosecutor flew in two Khartoum and they wanted Bashir to be taken. It didn't take long before the generals, the two of them, my friends, they are all, I know them. They will not say they don't know me. It's up to them if their memories have collapsed, but mine has not collapsed because I'm slightly older than one of them. Yes. At least we know each other. But I'm just telling you, is the issue of ICC, ladies and gentlemen, is the one that is killing the entire Sudan today. Do you throw Bashir out? Do you hand him over? Why don't we try him in Sudan and save the country from collapse? But the people, the most interesting aspect here, ladies and gentlemen, is who are the people saying hand over Bashir to the ICC? Is America. But America does not hand over even half a child born to the ICC. They protect all American citizens. And I want you to take notes. Ask why America did not ratify the treaty. Background. Since 2021, military coup, Sudan has been run under by a council of generals led by General Burhan and supervised by, deputized by General Mohammed Hamdan Daglo, better known as Hemedti, meaning the two names combined, a fierce fighter, a man who stood, defended the integrity of Sudan, served his country together with General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that both of them, one created the Rapid Support Force, Janjaweed. That is Burhan, served in Janjaweed, handed it over to General Daglo, and they went to the Sudan Armed Forces. So there is nobody who will say, I don't know what Janjaweed is. I don't know what RAF-SF is. They know. The violence that follows or that has followed days of tension was as a result of redeployment of, which has made people think it is integration, redeployment of RSF across the country. There had been some hope that talks could resolve the situation, but this never happened. Who are the RSF and who are the SAF? The Rapid Support Force was formed in 2013, taking over the remnants of Janjaweed, and it has its origins in the Janjaweed militia that fought in the Darfur between the Jema rebels. Remember, in Darfur, there was also a rebel group called the Jema rebels. So ICC did not indict any of the Jema rebels, but chose to indict those on the government side, as it has been doing in Kenya, in Uganda, in Libya, in Central African Republic, in DRC Congo. The International Criminal Court has never indicted any Congolese general who has ever taken part in the killings in Congo. But they have only indicted rebels. Is this a court? It is up to you. I leave it to you to make a judgment. SAF is the Sudan Armed Forces. That is the official army of the people of Sudan. That includes Air Force, Marines, and Land Forces. There was a plan to integrate the RASF into Sudan Armed Forces that sparked differences because most of them were on different levels. The RSF was highly trained because it was also equally used as a mercenary operation across the Red Sea. Why is RSF more popular? It also developed economic interest. As you know, Sudan has got plenty of gold, sulfate, phosphate, platinum, name it, oil. My God, everything can be found in Sudan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a lecture. Those who want to speak will speak after I have finished my lecture and ask questions. So what you do is to stage yourself in a position that once I finish, I call you and you are waiting. Then I set the panel that will be led and I will listen to answer any questions. Why is the RSF more popular than any other forces? The RSF has been accused in so many ways, some of them negative, and some of them very important for the government of Sudan. It earns foreign currency for its army. They are well trained. They come back with sophisticated, they know how to handle very powerful guns. A trained army up close, it goes to fight. It fights in Yemen. It has fought a war in Libya. It has fought several wars in Central African Republic. It is a trained, powerful, like the Republican Guards of Iraq, of Iran, and other special commando units that every African country has got. Ladies and gentlemen, why did the military take over then? I have explained the military took over in 2019 because of mistrust. The episode in bouts of tension that followed the outstanding long living President Omar Bashir in 2019, there were huge street protests. The state of anarchy broke out. The military always comes in to take charge. But civilians did not keep quiet. They continued a campaign of regime change, which was purely domesticated and imported into Sudan by the George Soros group, as you know, which funded the uprisings, the demonstrations, and they do so in most African countries. On my platform, I don't fear, and I have no regrets for what I state, because I have facts about George Soros funding regime change of governments, toppling governments in Africa. As you are aware, Sudan is under sanctions from the United States and some other countries in the Western world for their role in, first, when they harbored the Muslim cleric who was in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, who was killed by Obama, was first housed in Sudan. So there has been a long-running battle between US and the Sudan government. And in particular, the hatred against Mr. Bashir or General Bashir. On this question, what do the two sides stand for? We have seen the takeover. You'll see the paper. I'm going through the paper because I can't read each and everything. I'm the one who wrote it, so I know what I'm talking about. But you people who read it, you'll have a clue and ask questions, which we are going to paste in the paper here after my speech. What do the two sides stand for? What do they stand for? Ladies and gentlemen, General Daglo has said that in 2021 coup was a mistake, and he has tried to present himself as RSF, as being on the side of the people against the elites in Khartoum. While he has some support, others find this message hard to believe, given his tactics of the military and the Janjaweed and the RSF performance, which is very, very well trained military outfit in Africa. General Buhari's Burhani's stand, is General Buhari has said the army will only fully, you see, you must understand, the army will only fully hand over power to an elected government, further sidelining civilian representatives expected to be part of the power sharing deal. You can see where the problem started. That's where the problem started now. The two said he wants, let's give them that. This one said a fully elected government. So it has stalled the negotiations. But there are suspicions that both military men and their supporters are worried what might happen to their wealth and influence if they were removed from power and positions. That is also a key factor on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, I've laid the background as a lecturer. That's my background, which of this topic. Now we want to come to the question: is it a proxy war? The answer is yes. I've laid to you the question, the factor of ICC, International Criminal Court. You can find out, you can go east to west, you'll come back to the center. If you hand over Bashir, what about the generals who commanded the war? The real generals who supervised the killings in Darfur. Who are they? It is Burhan and the General Daglo. Both of them were commanders. So if you hand over Bashir to the ICC, he will simply say, bring my commanders who did a bad job. Bashir is 87, is going home. These generals are young. You will serve the rest of your life if found guilty. Doesn't it worry you as a human being? It is a proxy war in the sense that Libya, Russia axis has come in. Many of you don't know, or you know, General Khalifa Haftar. He has, of course, is the force. There is a force which I've been telling everybody here. There is a force of about 7,000 to 10,000 men in South Libya who have cut Libya into two parts of Tripoli and Benghazi. And this force is the force, out of this force, which killed President Idris Deby. Paramilitary, well-trained force that came and killed President Idris Deby. The involvement of General Khalifa Haftar is a worrying factor. It plays what we could call a proxy war. And that is where you should be careful when you are looking at General Khalifa Haftar, who supports him. It is Egypt. But Egypt, at the same time, on this one, is not supporting RSF. Why? RSF has also helped General Khalifa Haftar in cutting part of Libya of the Bagasse faction. So there you are. You can see where we lie. Who supports General Khalifa Haftar? France. I swear, there you are. I lay it down here. So you can, I'm not going to make any conclusions, but you people who are watching, listening to me, can make conclusions that this is not a simple war between only two generals. It's a war that involves many people, stakeholders, including those ones outside Africa and the superpowers. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen, as I take my water. The nightmare scenario. Analysts have described this war as a nightmare scenario because of multiple regional actors and the power fighting and the powers fighting a proxy war in a country of more than 45 million people, some of them living under $1 per day. They don't have food, they don't have water, yet water is plenty, passes by. A nightmare scenario is where you don't know how to begin, even to bring negotiators on table. As a conflict resolution expert myself, we are still grappling who shall we talk to come where. That's why it is called a nightmare scenario. Haftar's connections, General Khalifa Haftar, with one of the sides, goes back well before the fall of Omar al-Bashir. However, the relationship has grown bigger with the transit trade in diamonds, in gold, in everything that goes out of Sudan through up to the port in Bagasse in Libya. Ladies and gentlemen, the Libyan conflict is a big factor influence over the Sudan crisis. Haftar and one of the generals, Hamid, are friends. There is a lot to be said. You can quote, and I've quoted several sources, as you'll see in the paper. Sudan and Libya sit on astride major routes of human trafficking, narcotics, and so many things that take place in that region. In recent weeks, as the conflict between RSF and the Burhan forces loomed, Haftar made effort to support one of the groups and Haftar's international sponsors, and mark this, a proxy for international sponsors. Who sponsors Haftar? General Khalifa Haftar of Libya is the United Arab Emirates and Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming now. It is becoming sweet. Is it a proxy war? Have you seen the countries? I hope you are reading and writing the countries I'm mentioning. One of all this, you'll find they are all there. They want to commit entirely to one side and they say, you are the winner, we want the share. But among this confusion, Haftar is worried because he already has support. He has support of Egypt, of which Egypt is not supporting General Dagla. Egypt is supporting Ali Fatah Burhan. Have you seen the confusion? So it's a nightmare war scenario where you might not see, you might not even get who to call to the table. Whom do we call to the table? Whom do we say come and sit on the table? It is quite early to suggest even to approach. There is the Jamena approach, which most of us are very aware of, We have tried to draft some things through Jamena and see whether we can be able to access some people who can come on table and begin something somewhere. The Wagner group in this war, there is also suspicion that the Wagner group is supporting one of the sides, and therefore when you talk of a Wagner group, you know whom you bring in on the other side. The CIA and its operatives, the AFCOM and others on the African front, they will come in. They will also weigh in to see whom they can support. So that therefore it becomes a very complicated war. It's a nightmare scenario in terms of security, peace, conflict management, resolution. It's a nightmare scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, movement of troops as I speak right now from the satellite setting of anybody who is involved in a satellite system like I do, the movement of troops show that General Khalifa Haftar and General Daglo, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of troops are moving towards the capital city, Khartoum. We don't know when it will fall, but there is that movement, at least picked by the satellite systems, showing quite a lot of movement of troops with aircraft machine guns. You remember there was quite a lot of machine gunning of bombing of troops on the ground, which has now stopped because they have acquired new missiles and anti-aircraft that can bring down planes. And for your information, at the moment, I would like to tell you that a route from Nairobi or from Uganda or from anywhere, there is no route passing through Sudan. You either go through the Red Sea very far away or through the Congo forest, then pick up from Jamena, then pick up through Tunisia, then pick up through Algeria, enter Pana, and enter Marseille in France, then enter Europe. So it is becoming very costly, very expensive as the war goes on, that planes are not passing because the type of anti-aircraft that General Khalifa has acquired, General Daglo has acquired, has made the Sudan Armed Forces Air Force useless. Therefore, they are not bombing anymore. So it is hand-to-hand fight that is taking place. And if there is this type of movement of troops, it won't be long before we hear one of the group has taken over the other and declared a win. Still, the proxy war between Russia and the United States of America is playing up in this whole conflict. In September 2022, the USA ambassador to Sudan warned of consequences of northeastern African country if it allows the Russians to put a base on the Red Sea. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who have been listening to me, I've been asking one question. How does Al-Shabaab wear a uniform which is similar to the uniform of Saudi Arabian army? Why have we asked these questions? Al-Shabaab kills us. Al-Shabaab kills my Ugandan troops. Why don't we ask these serious questions? How do they acquire these uniforms? Is there somebody in Saudi Arabia who supplies them? It's not the topic for today. During a visit to Moscow in November 2017, President Bashir, who was overthrown in 2019 by a military coup, the same two guys, they signed an agreement with Russia. This has angered the US, and the US is here now. They are also trying to find foot, to lay their foot. But the problem, even if they lay their foot, the problem still goes on the ICC. The permanent 5 members of the Security Council have the powers to remove the indictment. Now that Bashir is missing, taken by one side. There we are. Whoever has taken Bashir is the winner because he is the winner. And I told people that Bashir's factor is the most important thing in this war. Don't go anywhere else. People were calling me names, ladies and gentlemen. I'm used to it. If I'd been a white professor, amongst you, some of you professors, some who I can see my teacher here seated, he taught me politics of spinning. Professor Tridop, thank you very much for attending. Although you marked me wrong and I failed, but here I am, I'm a student today. I'm no longer a student, now I'm matured. And thank you very much for nurturing me and for having failed me the first time. And then I came back, I passed. I am happy you technically failed me because you had, you wrote a very nice book with my president of my country, the sowing of the mustard seed. And but look, I was a student and I didn't tell you that democracy in my country, Uganda, is a myth, not a reality. I have been vindicated again. So I was a bright student. And the prof, thank you very much for nurturing me. Ties with Moscow and Red Sea is also a factor. Proxy war. You cannot have the Red Sea disrupted. It is the only route that takes us life, that brings us the goods in Mombasa, in Durban, in Dar es Salaam, in Maputo, everywhere. You can't have it disrupted. So the Russian President Putin, on November 16th, approved an establishment of a Russian naval base in Sudan capable of accommodating nuclear power heads. You see where we are going? Nuclear power heads coming near us. Proxy war. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to bore you too much, but I'm not boring. I'm laying grounded so that the discussion can be very exciting and let the ceiling today be stopped. On December 9th, 2020, the Russian media published a text of agreement between Russia and Sudan. This angered the US and the Western powers. Since then, the region has been under surveillance of the Western powers, watching every step Russia takes in the Red Sea. Then comes another proxy. The new ties between Sudan and Israel. You know very well there was a law prohibiting any Arab country going to Israel or having direct talks or trade or anything, culture with Israel. But this was broken down. I'm going through the notes so that the paper will be laid before you. And thanks to my English of Shakespeare and J.A. Bright, you'll read it. Israel becomes another proxy. It is somewhere there. It is emerging, watching who likes them. Therefore, the war as it develops, it is becoming complicated. Then comes another group of countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a complex. Egypt, the Gulf states. Egypt is close to one of the two sides in the fighting in the Sudanese army. That is the Sudan army. Egypt is with Burhan. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Rapid Support Forces under Mohammed Hamid Daglo is believed to be backed by United Arab Emirates, which is a major financial supporter of Egypt. Have you seen the proxy war I'm talking about? Egypt doesn't support, but United Arab Emirates directly is supporting one of the generals. Now, if you look at that, a weak regime in Khartoum, or the emergence of an alternative political order that is hostile to Cairo, could have serious repercussions for Egypt and the north of Africa. You know, Egypt is the power base, hegemony around the north. It talks, it has the army, it can send in troops. So any hostile entry of a nation that does not like them, south, they will fight it. There is this war, again a proxy, between Egypt and Ethiopia. Ethiopia has joined the side quietly. It is on the side of the RSF because the other one is supported by Egypt. So you can see the complication that this war is bringing up. These are not lies. This is not fiction. It's from the ground. The countries are taking shape slowly, slowly. They are shaping up. And therefore, you see, the trouble that we have is on the ground. And Abdel Fattah Assisi appears to have struggled to come out with a credible response to the cause in Khartoum. He has not spoken. He doesn't know what to say. What do you say? Your funders who have given you money instead of going to IMF are UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. It has been obvious that while Egypt is coordinating closely with the Sudanese army, the soldiers who had been captured were in the country as part of the joint exercise. They have been evacuated by the RSF. They were captured in Marowe city at the air base where the Air Force was, but they were handed back by RSF. So you can see the role that UAE is playing behind hard choices for Egypt. Does it come publicly or does it keep quiet? It's a proxy war. Is the Hosni Mubarak factor coming back to return in Sudan? Today we have heard that Mr. Bashir is missing. Ladies and gentlemen, are the generals bringing back their general? That's the question. Are the generals bringing back their general? The answer is yes. It looks like one of the generals wants to restore dignity to his commander-in-chief. So we shall see in days to come who will blink first. And hopefully, knowing both of them, and as you notice, I've not taken sides. I know both of them. They are my friends. I knew them in 1994. And if you dare to ask, you can ask me. It is a topic for another day. But I have been involved in the politics of Sudan when I resolved the Uganda peace process, the peace talks between the government of Uganda and the Lord Resistance Army. I was the person who negotiated the agreement that brought peace in northern Uganda. It was not my mandate to capture anybody. In my terms of reference, I was not told to arrest people. I was told to negotiate peace. And I negotiated peace. It returned to my country. President Museveni signed the document. There was only one man to sign the document, but the Americans went to hit him. He disappeared. So I'm not an international policeman to look for anybody. Neither my powers, terms of reference, gave me powers to arrest if I saw the person. So that is all about what made me to know these generals. Ladies and gentlemen, for all these proxy wars, you can see where you stand. But there is one thing at the end as I come to a conclusion, which I want to revisit to tie up my presentation tonight. The ICC factor. It is very clear that the factor is one of the most crucial for peace to be achieved in Sudan. General Bashir is wanted by the ICC, but the fear for both generals who were the commanders of Janjaweed is a factor that finally landed on the streets of Khartoum, and the people started fighting. Take it to God, ask God in heaven, and come back and ask whether Matsanga was telling the truth or not. That's the factor. Now that it has been proved that Matsanga was right, General Bashir has been taken away from prison by one of the groups. They have him somewhere. Maybe they will put him on radio to announce that he's back. We don't know. Let's wait and see. To bring back Sudan from the current situation, you don't only criticize. In ending, as a student, bring a good essay to good conclusion by giving solutions. Let me take my water again. To bring back to Sudan from the current situation, I urge the United Nations Security Council to defer the warrants of arrest of General Bashir and his commanders so as to allow a civilian transition to take shape without the warrants of arrest hovering over Sudan. 2. Under Article 3940 of the United Nations Charter, Chapter 7, the United Nations Security Council can order a deferral for 2 years in the interest of peace in Sudan. The regional and international peace has been disrupted in the region, and they will go in flames if the world sits and watches Sudan go down. Ladies and gentlemen, the only solution that Sudan needs today is the removal, the deferral of warrants of arrest for 2 years, and allow the government. I don't care which government goes in Khartoum, whether civilian, whether which one, it is up to them. But as long as you have the ICC, International Criminal Court, coming to Sudan to take Bashir out of the jail and hand him in the Hague, as if the Hague has better prisons than Africa, there will be another coup. Let me tell those who pretend here to know more Sudan. There will be another coup on the streets of Khartoum. There will be removal of another government, whether civilian or whatever it is. That is the thing playing the minds. And yet the people who are fronting this ICC are not signatories. The United States of America is not a signatory. The United States of America has never ratified the treaty. But the United States of America pushes for ICC to take Mr. Bashir. Africa, AU is her place. Ladies and gentlemen, professors seated here tonight, if those who taught me political science in this city of London, if I've talked badly, show me the way. But I want to end by saying, Jesus, those 2 women who came to look for Jesus, they said, it is empty. It's empty. The tomb is empty. It's gone. The prison cell is empty. This guy is gone. And therefore, isn't it time for us to rethink, to see what we can do? Does Africa need ICC? Why are African countries still in ICC? Yet Britain, yet America, a superpower, China, a superpower, USA, Russia, a superpower, India, a superpower, Brazil, a superpower. All these are not members of ICC. Why did you take yourselves there? Why don't you put up a court that will have to sentence people? Why do we have weak judicial systems? That you can see this factor here. If you take the 2, if you take General Bashir, you have to take General Burhan. You have to take General Daglo Hamid. You have, Mr. Hamid, you are listening to me because you told me you will listen. Your Excellency, thank you. You will be the next. Bashir needs only to say, bring them. They were my commanders on the ground. And you'll go for life. That is the word in Khartoum. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow teachers, teachers who taught me, thank you very much. and we shall enjoy the tea. And those who are on the platform, thank you very much. Those who have been watching, hundreds and hundreds and millions of you will pick up the recording. I now sanction that the paper be put on the wall here, so that all students who are watching can pick my research, can take it and use it and ask questions. Before I call in the next co-host, who is from South Africa, a well-known African analyst, an activist, a lady. You see, for me, I keep parity, balance. I want to allow Nairobi studios one good song of the whichever you have chosen, either from Congo, Tanzania. Play for us as we arrange those who have requested to speak in the order of Kenya, NASA, and Africa. Africa, you will become the co-host, and you go up there, and you co-host the second session by inviting Kenya to speak, and then Nasra, you pick up your tags, NASA self-help, and then any other person who wants to speak and ask questions, I am here available to do so, to take questions. But during Africa will take up the chairperson, the co-hosting right now. I don't know, Nasir, the powers, Ken was here before you, Kenya was there before you. You'll speak after Kenya, or you just want to make a quick comment before I allow the music? Nasser, make the comment quickly. Nasser.
Okay, thanks, Dr. David. My point is, the most wars, I don't know, anyone has a micro on, but the most wars in the world are in Africa. And my point is, Dr. David, there is no fucking weapon factory in the world in Africa. So think about it. You talk about, is the Sudan war a proxy war? Yes, it is a proxy war. Because the African people, they haven't war factories. They didn't anything to support war. But let's think about it. How can the half of the wars be in Africa when there is no weapon factory in Africa? So that's my point. And you know what I think? They misuse your people. They don't give a shit about you. They don't think about your people. But you're right, what you said about the Sudan war, because all wars in Africa were in proxy war. 20 years ago, they did wars on Africa for coffee to getting to Europe and US. They killed your people that we Europeans and US people get coffee. They don't give a shit about you. So the point is, yeah, all wars are proxy wars. And we have to be aware of that. Guys, don't let your people lose on idiots.
Okay, thank you very much. You have time coming. You are going to speak. Don't consume your time, and don't consume the time of Mr. Kenya. He was here first, and I allowed you just to make a commentary. Thank you, NASA. But next time, don't use that word, those FF words. This is a platform where students, some of them are your sons, listening. So don't use F words here. I know you are too much American brainwashed, but try to be more of Somali origin in Mogadishu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Nairobi, can you play us a number, please? As you were introduced, after that, I'll introduce the co-host, who is from Cape Town in South Africa, who will take the second session. And I'm ready for any answers. I'm listening carefully on the platform. If there is any question, I ask that each of the speaker be given 2 minutes. And 2 minutes, once the 2 minutes come, I will knock the bell, and the co-host will tell you to, I will be timekeeping, because we have so many speakers lined up. Even those who are not, who are listening, very many of them have sent me questions on my other phone. Thank you very much, Nairobi.
Tó bá fẹ́ láwẹ̀ omi ló máa lò.
Very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We shall take the first set of speakers. The rules are: don't use vulgar language, don't insult anybody, table your evidence, speak as an African or a non-African or diaspora African. We all need solutions. At the end of the day, let's not take a position that will not allow peace to come. We know there are proxy wars. We know there are people there already. Our host for this session is none other than Delon Africa. Delon Africa is a young South African lady from Cape Town. She is an international activist. She talks for Africa. She's a Pan-African. She stands her ground on a number of things. She feels for this continent, Africa. She's my co-host on this continent. I welcome you to take the leadership of this session. Thank you very much, Dawn Africa. Welcome. The microphone is yours.
Good evening, Dr. David Matsanga. Good evening, each and every one of you. Thank you so much for that profound introduction. And I'm looking forward to engaging with each and every one of you, not only engaging, but learning about your opinions and your understanding of whether this is a proxy war or not. So let's get ready to exchange opinions. But remember that we, as Dr. David Matsanga explained, let's remember to respect one another and try to understand one another's opinions. Thank you, everybody. Are we going to continue with the first speaker? I think it was Kenya. Kenya, where are you? I see that you have left us. Has Kenya left us? Okay.
Is left.
Yes, I think Kenya has left us. Okay. Kenya has left us, Dr. David Matsanga. I'm sure Kenya will be able to rejoin us. Okay then. So let's get started, and let's also just try to adhere to the topic, which is the question: is the Sudan war a proxy war or power struggle? Nasa, I see your hand is up. Nasa?
Thanks for that. My point is, guys, look at Africa. You know, Africa is a continent, not the, you know, I'm not stupid, but look at Africa. The most wars actually in the world, they are in Africa, you know. Why? You know, look at Africa. There's no one factory for weapons. And why it's in Africa? Because all wars in Africa are proxy wars. This is something you have to get. You know, 20 years ago or 30 years ago, we Europeans and US, we for coffee. We don't give a shit about your people. So you are right, but don't forget this.
Sorry, Nasa, I would appreciate it if you could adhere to the rules and not use foul language, as we've got members here today that are so young and listening in. So could we just respect that, please? Thank you.
Sorry for that. Sorry for that. What I want to say is, look at this. There is no one, but the most wars are in Africa. So what will this? It's all wars in Africa are proxy wars. When you didn't get this, then you have a problem. Think about it. All wars, you know, they even try to put us European in proxy wars. So all wars in Africa are proxy wars. It's about Russia, China, US, you know, European. But my point is, they don't care about your people. You know, like Michael Jackson said, they don't care about your people. And this is something you have to get. But when you care about your people, think about all your wars in your countries are proxy wars. You know, when you know, the topic is the Sudan war a proxy war? Yes, it is a proxy war, because there are interests of European, of US, of China, of Russia in your country, and your government and your people in power, they haven't enough, you know, character to stand against it. And that's the point. Educate people who can stand about the power. You know, we in European, we are losing now, but you in Africa, you are lost when you haven't people who stand for their people, who stand for their rights. That's my point, and thanks for that.
Thank you, Nasa. We hear you. Is there anybody else that would like to contribute to that? Aloha, Alawo, I see your hand was up after Nasa. You've been waiting. Would you like to go ahead and maybe respond or add on to what Nasa has said?
Thank you so much. Am I audible enough? Can you please confirm whether I'm audible,
Yes,
please?
we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you as well, your co-host and everybody on the speaker session and everybody on the platform. Thank you. And thank you for this spirit of Pan-Africanism. Thank you so much. And the song of our legend that you play, it gives me a good welcome. Thank you so much for this. And just to, because I may have little time to talk, so let me go straight to the topic. You see, this is a sore in my heart, and it's a sore in. I'm always sick seeing this thing happening in Africa because they are just turning Africa into battleground. All this superpower. See, there's no question about being whether this war in Sudan is a proxy war or not. Doctor has explained it, and everybody that is sensitive enough have already know. You understand? Just because one faction is being supported by America and the other faction is being supported by Russia, and just because they want to they want to widow the power of each one of them, want to widow the power of the other. Now they are turning Sudan into battleground again. I share something on the Jubbotro. Many people can just go there, just see the analysis of what has happened and how it happened in all the South Asian country when this woman visit there as well. You see, these people, first of all, nobody can love Africa than us, Africa. Let's have it at the back of our mind. No matter what they are saying, no matter what we are hearing from them, all these things, they don't love us. And I want to go back from, you see, we are still suffering from the spillover effect of the disruption of colonialism. That is why they make us to either be seeing ourselves as inferior or making us to see our system being crude and their home being accepted. And again, they now entrench all this foreign mentality into us through their films, through their a lot of things that they are exposing us onto, so that is now making many of us to see them as being better than us, which is not so, which is far not the reality on ground. Then again, you can see again, they co-opt African countries. The doctor was alluding to the fact that all these superpowers are not signatory to ICC. Why? Because they know that being signatory to ICC will not make you to be able to deal with insurgency, will not enable you to deal successfully with either unrising or uprising in your country. Because whenever if you really want to deal with any insecurity issue in your country, there is no way you will not go above the borderline of human rights. So they know that if they want to keep peace in their country, they can never be a signatory to ICC treaty. Then you can see the way they are co-opting all African countries to be signatory to it. US is not signatory. That's why you can see them, their marine will just go everywhere in the world and they will be arresting everybody just on any either flimsy or real reason. They will just be everywhere, all over the world, doing whatever they want, just because they are not signatory to ICC. So nobody can call call them accountable. And even the other day, that Russia or another country are making some case against them concerning Iraq war and war in Libya and every other thing, and ICC were trying to make a case against them. You can see what the Secretary General was saying. They are saying they are going to use visa ban to all the judges in ICC. They were just intimidating ICC, which they will never allow any African country to do. So this ICC is a weapon in the hands of all these superpower to whittle down the power of any emerging power that is any emerging power in any other countries in the world. In other words, they have been there. They are now using all these bodies as a bulldog in order to suppress any other countries that want to rise up. Every one of us need to begin to see things in that area. Then we need to form our own system of government. Democracy is not the only system of government. You can now see how they are imposing democracy all over the world, especially forcing it on the throat of Africa, whereas pre-colonial system of government, we have our own system of government that was working for us before they came to our system. Now they came because they know you. Every one of us on this platform, if you are if you are a student of history, please give me 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute to round up, because I need to do this thing. Now, you see, they are manipulating us in Africa. I want every one of us to see. Every one of us know there is no free thing in this world. You see, all these aids and the bodies that they are giving these aids into, they call them CSO, they call them NGO, they call them, all these people are proxy avenue for them to gather intelligence on how to deal with that country that is at receiving end. This money are not free. This money are not free. All those bodies on our lands, we need to begin to scrutinize them, because they are the ones that are gathering intelligence for them to know where they can come in and where they can disrupt our system. We need to rise up now. Africa, we need to rise up. Let's wake up. Their ways are not our way. We have our own way. Let's modernize our own way. Let's grow in our own way of life and our own way of governance. Let's drop democracy throughout the world. Now is not suffering. It's no more enough to rule a nation. Thank you so much. Let me use the mic for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alaho. You have stated some very important facts there, a few facts that many would be afraid to agree with, but those are real facts that you have provided us with, and I personally agree with a lot of what you said, especially that NGOs and NPOs of the West has been placed within African countries, not only to destabilize but also to spy on African governments. After Alao, we had Claudio. Claudio, you've been here. Are you still here? Would you like to start off?
Good evening, everyone who is listening in. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga, for this lecture which you have actually given us. It has opened our minds, and we have actually learned many things which I personally didn't know. But what is actually going on in our sister country, because Uganda and Kenya is not too far away, and we share very many things in common. These guys who are butchering themselves, it is really pathetic, and it is not really called for. We are brothers and sisters, and we have to end this kind of killing on African continent, because it is really uncalled for. There are so many things that we can do to develop our nation than killing each other. But anyway, the issue is about power and who is going to lead, and even the proxy war that is actually going on in Africa for so many years. Right now, you have actually talked about Russia and the United States. United States, where Russia is, I don't expect anything positive to take place, because the two are not good friends, they are not allies. And then the two have each faction they are actually supporting, which is really very dangerous. And I actually don't know whether this one is going to be, solved very quickly. Another one is about ICC. We normally have this problem that most of African leaders, let us be honest with ourselves, they tend to butcher innocent Africans. If somebody comes up and they begin contesting, trying to be a president at a particular period of time, many people are being killed for no good reason. Others are being jailed. Others are being, all this kind of stuff. Right now, African Union, ever since this problem started, we haven't had anything from the chairman of African Union. That's what Dr. Matsanga the other time talked about, that we need to revamp the African Union and have a new system whereby if we want to have an ICC in Africa, we need to have African Union to come together and see how we can get out of ICC. Because right now, when you look at the whole thing that is actually going on our continent, is like African Union is just keeping quiet. And they are the ones that are supposed to come together and say, now enough is enough. We are not going to be tried by ICC. Let us have our own court in Africa. But up to today, nothing much they have actually done to make sure that at least something that is going on in Sudan is stopped. So I would think that in order to end all this kind of stuff, the killing and all that, we should also think about the cessation of hostility that actually took place in Kenya a few months back, where Ethiopia and the Tigris came together, and right now they are sitting on the same table developing their own nation. I would think that leaders like you, Dr. Matsanga, and other stakeholders in Africa who have enough history about the continent should come together and see how best you can be able to solve this kind of stuff, because I know you have actually talked about the issue of Kony and the war which was going on in northern part of Uganda, and then President Museveni, and you helped the nation. Now it is stabilized, though there are some things which are not right that are actually going on, but at least there is relevant peace. So I would think that instead of killing one another, there are so many things we can do, and then we have our continent peaceful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Claudio. And yes, I agree with you. Dr. David Matsanga has contributed so much already, and it would be great to see him in a position where he can also navigate the change of many of the policies within the African Union for a potential better Africa, for the betterment of all of us. Apia, I know that you have been here. Are you ready to go ahead?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you very much. I see a war in Africa. Sudan is just a tool. Whatever that happens in Sudan happens to the entire continent. We may see ourselves as nations, but we are one body. There's little difference between the various countries in Africa. We are one culture. This whole issue going on in certain parts of Africa is as a result of the fact that we lack leadership. Okay? The African Union, I know Dr. Kwame Nkrumah will be turning in his grave for what it has become today. African Union is supposed to be the mouthpiece and protect the continent. He's supposed to whip everybody in line for us to be able to deal with our issues internally. Listen, I am tired of blaming the white man. You know why? Because I know them for who they are. But it's time for us to do something about it. If you are ignorant about it, then that's fine. But if you can identify the problem, then it's time to do something about it. If AU had been that united, that strong, do you think that anybody would get up and come and start a proxy war in Africa? Can this happen in EU? Can this happen in the United States? No. But it is only in Africa because we don't have that leadership that will have that mindset. Like Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Okay, we don't need to look up to nobody but ourselves. There's no way the West or EU will take a loss just for Africa to succeed. If you understand that, You have to understand, you will come to the realization that you are on your own. Africa is on her own. We can't do anything but ourselves. We can trade out amongst ourselves. We don't need to sell our products outside just to survive. We don't need to loan our money through IMF. We can loan ourselves the money. We have enough human resource. Tell me any brain that the West have that you can't find 10 times in Africa. Tell me one human resource that you can tell me that you can only find in Europe, Asia, or the West, but you can't find in Africa. We have the brain power. What is left is for us to show leadership and trust each other. Let's start from somewhere. It might not be rosy, and it's not going to be an easy road, but we shall get there. It takes us to fix it. What is happening in Sudan? I pray that all of us will criticize African Union, hold them responsible, write letters, tag them on social media that, listen, we need you to say a word. Move in and ensure that there's peace. If we put our military forces together, we can put Sudan at peace in 5 seconds. We fought in Ekomog, we fought in various wars. We have the experience. Look at what is happening in Libya today. Because we sat down quietly. A woman who doesn't know her worth is always on the street, open. I use the word figuratively, respectful to women. Where we find ourselves right now as Africa, it's because we are open. We don't want to appreciate our worth. We understand our worth, but we don't want to appreciate and harness the potential. So what is happening in Sudan? It's an eyesore. It's a disgrace to the whole continent. None of us can say that we are okay and will not be part of this disgrace until we put forces together and use the brain power that we have. It's going to be a tough thing. But I pray that Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Libya, Morocco, wherever, we have nobody but ourselves. Thank you very much.
Let
Wow.
me come
Thank you
in.
so much. Oh,
Can I come in here?
yeah.
Co-host, I just want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Apa. You might be leaving the space for another assignment. Please, thank you very much. And the speakers who have spoken, Cloud and others, thank you. That is what is in my heart. We have a problem ourselves. We one word you have just brought in is we lost Libya. And today in Africa, nobody cares about what happens in Libya. We lost it. Look, surely we lost Libya. Even presidents who are very good friends of Muammar Gaddafi, they don't even talk about him. Presidents whom Muammar Gaddafi gave guns to liberate their countries don't even talk about him. We lost it. And it is divided between these two proxy wars. Someone has taken oil, another one is taking oil. The French are pumping oil illegally. The Russians have come to pump. The Turks are pumping oil in Tripoli. They have occupied that territory in the Mediterranean Sea. You don't pass there. And we are keeping quiet. Hello, Africa. And you know what worries me most is if this is the way when you die and nobody remembers you, let me pray to God for the time I'm on earth. God, I will always pray to you because you are the only one who will remember me. Have you noticed that leaders who even gained from Gaddafi don't mention one word? Do you know the countries that have Gaddafi's material, properties? Mention them in Africa. Mention them in Africa. Some of them can get ashamed. They have taken over his property. They are even earning money from it in the whole Africa. But nobody even thinks about this guy. We left Libya to go down. Apa, thank you, sir. Thank you for raising And the audience here, I think you have heard profs, you have heard for yourself. Celebs, what happens here? And I'm lucky you taught me. Some of you are my teachers. When I raised some of these things a long time ago, the professor, you'll agree with me that there was this problem of some leaders who got arms from Libya. But today they don't even put a holiday for Gaddafi. In fact, Gaddafi should have a holiday, an African holiday. This guy had the money. He didn't eat alone. He did not eat that money alone. He gave to people in Africa. Everywhere in Africa, in every country, you cannot fail to find something that Gaddafi helped to build. Why have we forgotten all about him? Because we in Africa, we don't care about others. So for me, there's my reverend, whom I've seen here. I think I will continue to pray. God help me that while I'm here on planet Earth, let me pray for myself and like myself, God. Because if this is after departure, nobody likes you, nobody even remembers you, then we have a problem. Back to you, Africa.
Thank you, Dr. David. Wow. Yes, it's very sad that as Africans that we choose to forget those that have fought the greatest, in my opinion, battles for the betterment of Africa, and who better than Gaddafi that stood against an entire Western system and said that I believe that Africa could stand on its own. And once he was assassinated, how many leaders actually came together and said that, let's continue what this man believed in? Nobody. So we have a very big responsibility, and as Pan-Africans, hopefully we will remain truthful to ourselves and truthful to our virtues and continue this fight for Africa. Dr. Musa, it's great to see you back. I see you've been here. Are you ready to join us? Dr. Musa? Okay, I see Dr.
Hello,
Musa.
hello.
Hi, Dr. Musa.
Distinguished our beloved professor, that is Dr. David Matsanga. Good evening to you all.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Professor. I know you are here. You want to hear my voice before you continue. Now you have heard it. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Please, Dr. David, can
Yes,
you
we
hear me?
hear you. We hear you.
We hear you, Dr. Musa.
Hello. I have a problem with my network. So, Dr. David, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
It seems as if we're losing Dr. Musa. Until he comes back, let's continue so that we can just adhere to time.
There's
Ade?
Joe.
Oh, Joe,
Then
are you ready
Panda.
to?
Let me give you the list, Madam co-host. Joe, Panda,
Just like the
Ceci.
proverb said that when two elephants are fighting, the grass is the one suffered most. So, why
Is that Dr. Musa
is a proxy
speaking?
war in Sudan?
Yeah, that's Dr. Musa.
Hello, Dr. David. Hello?
Go ahead. We are hearing you.
Okay, sir. So, when when two world superpowers they are fighting, then African countries they are the one who suffered most in almost every aspect of life. So for us to understand what this statement is all about, we have to trace back to our history. Within the end of Second World War, when the United States has been declared the world power after the end of the Cold War, I mean. So after the end of the Cold War, there is a lot of coups and counter coups in Africa. Immediately after the independence of many African countries within the 1960s. So these superpowers, when they are fighting between them, they are looking for power and influence. Then they will come to Africa. Apart from power and influence, they are looking for natural resources. So when the superpowers came to Africa, they don't care about whether you are military government or authoritarian or democracy. Whenever you are not loyal, like when you are not loyal to United States, then the United States government through the support of CIA, they will kick the president out through a military coup. This is what happened with Patrice Lumumba when Joseph Mobutu, a just sergeant of military personnel, kicked him out through a bloody military coup with the support of Western world. So what happened in Sudan? What is it? What it is currently happening in Sudan, Dr. David? To my own understanding and my own point of view, it may likely happen to many African countries, since we all know that the world it is changing from unipolar world to multipolar. This shows that the Russian, that is their own organization called BRICS, and the Eastern world, and the Western world, that is the United States and their allies, they are seeking for power and influence over the countries of the world. And all these countries, they must come to Africa in order to have support of African countries. Because whether we like it or not, we are the world. Africa is the world. Because we, Africa, we are just like hungry cow that feed the world with vast natural resources. So whenever they came to Africa, by this time, the United States, maybe they will not care either a country it is, democracy, or something else like that. Whenever the president he is loyal to them, then they will move fine. While the Russian or the BRICS, they will support a government, either even it is democracy, if it is loyal to them, to my own understanding and my own point of view, sir. So, by all due way, since what is happening in Sudan, sir, you already traced that there is a proxy war within the Sudan. So, what left for African countries or Africans? So, since we already knew that what happened within the Cold War era, and we already lost most of our presidents that have a zeal to make Africa to be developed. So, what are the countermeasures that African countries need to taken in order to tackle all these issues or problem from the foreign powers? So, sir, to me, for African countries to have a solution to all this problem, we have to have a strong continental organization. Since this issue is not all about the regional organization, that is ECOWAS or something else like that. The organization that is the African Union, even though even though it is a toothless bulldog, or it doesn't work, or I'm sorry to say that, or it doesn't work for the interest of Africa. This issue of Sudan is supposed to be handled by the African Union. By this time, African Union is supposed to almost address this issue, because the issue of Sudan is supposed to be addressed through dialogue, not through coercion force or kinetic force. But the African Union, up to now, they failed to do something that will be reasonable for Africans. So this is my point, sir. But at last, I have a question, sir. Since we already knew that what happened within the Cold War era, that some of the world superpowers, they are funding or supporting rebels or something else, they are supporting a government, or some of the superpowers they are kicking out a government. This it may be likely happen within 2022, just because the world it is changing from unipolar to multipolar system, multipolar superpower system. So since we already knew what happened within past, and maybe it's likely to just give me 1 minute. Just give me a minute. So since we already knew what happened within the past, that is our history. So and we may be and it may be happen within 2023 because the world it is changing. So sir, what action can African countries or countermeasures that African countries or African citizens can take in order to address this issue, sir? This is my question, sir. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir.
Co-host, thank you very much. Let me come in here. I totally agree with Dr. Musa. The time has come, and this time is now. If we don't wake up, another country will fall to pieces. This war is not only for Sudan, it is for almost everybody. And you can see a lot of chaos lingering everywhere. You can see Pandari in Zimbabwe. Things are not very good. Even internal party democracy itself in Zimbabwe, external opposition is just funded from outside. You go to the main party also, there is a repeat of more elections across Africa are sponsored by outsiders. And the elections has become one of the most difficult nightmares for Africa. Every African country that is holding an election prepares for graves. Yeah, they first dig a grave. How can you prepare election? Then you dig a grave first. So election has become very emotive, more emotive than land. We used to have land as the most emotive thing. But now land is not emotive to Africans. Elections is emotive. On my way to Jamena, yesterday, I sat with a very powerful Tanzanian minister, because the planes now are taken out through, we go through that side, then you can come. You can't pass through Sudan. And the guy told me why Tanzania is very peaceful is because you can contest on MP. You can take MP to court. But you don't take president. Anybody who gets more votes in Tanzania, even if it is 200 votes, 100 votes, is the president. You don't petition the president. The presidential election, you don't petition it. Do you know what? I asked, is that the factor that? He said, yes. That's the factor that has held Tanzanians together for a long time. I brought the example of South Africa, where Dillon Africa comes from. You don't hear of fighting about elections in South Africa, because South Africa does what we call proportional representation type of electoral system, such that when you arrive in Cape Town, you look behind, count the number of your people you have got, your MPs. If you have got 200 MPs, you form the government and then you elect the head of state. That is very straightforward. So there is competition. DNA, Marema, everybody compete. Marema has seats, very good seats, I think about 35 across the whole country. He doesn't go to the streets to complain that he lost an election. But if you look at Africa, everywhere, there is this cry which brings in military men. There is my country, Uganda. My Ugandan friends are here. We are still crying of the election that was lost. And the cloud, you are here. We instead of preparing so that we are not stolen again, we are still talking of that one. Lukwago is here. He has arrived. But we are not planning for 2026. Now, 2026, you think it is very far, Lukwago. My student, Lukwago. It is not very far. We have not even planned how we can win Cloud Kibirige, how we can win an election. Now you complain, 2026 arrives, you are left with a white mouth. Zimbabwe, Chamisa is still talking of 2018. Is it 2018 or 20 what election? That it was stolen. Look, Jesus Christ. Election in Africa has become a nightmare. Like the nightmare scenario of Sudan, where you don't know who is who. Who everybody has come in to take as if there is a share they have seen somewhere. A big gold. There's gold under that water, River Nile. Eh? People have come in. Every country is pouring there. You know? Ladies and gentlemen, a lecture of this nature brings out issues. How can we as Africans, as Dr. Musa, Olao, Apa, all the people who have talked here, how can we find a solution to our perennial difficulties of elections? If the method, the Plato Republic professors, the gentlemen who are seated with me here, all of you in this hall, you told me the Plato Republic. I am asking, is there anywhere in the Plato Republic which says elections should be held every 5 years? No. No. Why do you, a country which has $1 billion, only $1 billion GDP, actually $1 billion is too much, $10 million GDP, wants to hold election every 5 years when you don't have even a toilet? There are no toilets for every family in the whole country. Why don't we devise a method? But holding election is very good. But why do you again come to destroy the same properties which you have built from the scratch with sweat? So Africa, wake up. What is happening in Sudan might be happening in another country soon. I'm telling you, and Matsanga is never wrong. I am never wrong. I told you in the platform long time ago, Pandari, you had, I said by 2023, there will be 20 countries in sub-Saharan Africa going to the dogs. From 2017, count them. If you think I'm not near Prophet Joshua, Elisha, count them. And there is another one coming to fall soon. You are going to see. There is one that is on the around there. There is another one, because they don't do things properly. Africa, we don't have AU. AU is dead. And some of these officials who pretend standing for photographs with AU, that the chairman of AU has visited my country. Rubbish! That's, please, there is no AU, is dead. The guy we put in AU sold our AU to a country called Paris. That poor country across there, the English Channel, very poor. You see, people have been burning the street the whole 3 months. It can't solve one small problem. Then you come to colonize an African and tell him to wear perfume. At least I'm proud that I speak English, not French. Honestly. Look at Paris. France cannot cool down a rebellion on the streets. because they are busy looting Africa. They are busy now killing people in Mali in a disguise of rebels because they have been chucked out of Mali. Let's be honest. Thank you. I just interrupted to bring back the topic. We go back to our program. It is Joe, Panda, Ade, Truth, Lee, and Iko. Isieko. In that order, Madam Speaker, Madam Honorable Deputy Speaker of the African Parliament, Africa herself. Thank you. Back to you. I hand over the microphone.
Thank you, Dr. David Matsanga. Yes, guys, these are difficult topics to.
Thank you, Dr. Matsanga. I'm not Madam Speaker. I was expecting additional instructions on when to speak.
No, I didn't say. Unless you are you becoming Madam?
You said Madam,
no. Joe,
instructions from
Joe,
Madam.
Joe, you are in America. I hope you have not become Madam. I am addressing my co-host.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
Yes.
Sorry,
so
Joe.
Joe, I know you and I know your family. So I couldn't address you in a different manner, my brother. It would be very dangerous. Thank you very much, Joe. I was addressing Madam Africa Speaker, the co-host, Madam Speaker. You addressed as a participant, but not a you have made my day. Anyway, a co-host, I think it is Joe. Then in that order, Pandari. And then
I've got the order here,
okay,
Dr. David Matsanga. Joe, thank you for that icebreaker.
Right.
I think we needed that, but yes, you
I
can
want
go
to
ahead,
start
Joe.
by thanking you, Dr. Matsanga, for giving us another opportunity to talk about our continent, which we love so dearly. Thank you, everyone on the speaker panel and everyone that's listening. We value you as our African brothers and sisters, and we hope that we grow together as Africans. The issue of Sudan is our issue. When Sudan is in pain, every African is in pain. When one of us is being oppressed by war, all of us are being oppressed by war. And it's about time that we rally the troops, wherever we are. We get on the phone, get on your emails, call your leaders in whatever country you are in, and tell them to send their representatives to the Sudan. Before the split of the Sudan in, I think it took 2011, Sudan used to be the largest country by land mass in Africa. It is one of the oldest civilizations of Africa. And we need Sudan to be as united, as peaceful, as tranquil as we can. And as every other African country, we need that peace, we need that stability. And we need to quell all those drums of war that are going on right now. It is sad when we see civilians being slaughtered in the streets. We need to condemn that. I know most of us subscribe to the fact that we are Africans and Africa is our business. But the business of slaughtering our brothers and sisters, that is not Africa's business. Africans, we are humane. We deal with Ubuntu and Utu, and we care about our brothers and about our sisters. The other issue that has come up on so many other occasions, it's the issue of the International Criminal Court and the issue of justice, whether there is justice in Africa or not. But I wanted to start by saying that justice is blind, and most Africans, they feel that they don't care where that justice is being served. They don't care whether it's served by the white man at the ICC or whether it's served by us Africans here on the African continent. A lot of these dictators are going to their grave after terrorizing their nation and terrorizing their citizens for years, some of them for decades. They are going to their grave happy man. It's like we reward them and we let them go into the next world peacefully without ever facing justice. In some of them, we actually load their planes with goodies, with gold and money, and we let them go and lead a nice retirement outside the continent, having led a mass murdering life here in Africa. But we need to accept the fact that even though we are not the ones who are deciding on how the ICC is running its business, that any form of justice that should be acceptable. We should not let these guys just, get out or get away with it scot free. So for guys like Bashir, or those two generals who have participated in the slaughtering of people in southern Sudan and in the Sudan, especially black people who are not of Arabic origin, we shouldn't care if they're being arrested by ICC. In fact, we should help in facilitating the ICC in getting them and making sure that they get justice. Any form of justice is acceptable at this point. I would prefer they face justice in the continent of Africa, but our African Court of Human Rights and Justice is a teenager. We formed this court in 2004. We haven't empowered this court to go after these rebels, to go after these dictators, and these mass murdering genocidal maniacs that run around Africa, and sometimes they get an opportunity to grow old and die. Well, they make sure that they deny that future to a lot of young Africans, but we need to make sure that we enforce or we empower our African courts of human right and justice, so we may be able to, charge them here in Africa, so they may be able to face the accusers here in Africa. The African Union right now is more devoted to its principle of non-interference. They follow that rule to the letter when it comes to interfering in the affairs of many countries in Africa. The African Union turns the other cheek or looks away. And it has been doing that for quite some time. And we either need to disband it, or we either need to make sure that the African Union is in the business of helping Africans, ensuring that they are protected, ensuring that the African Union meets and exceeds all that it was set up to do. Because we set it up to defend sovereignty. But when NATO and the United States attacked Libya, the African Union, even with its soldiers and its military forces, looked the other way. We set it up so it can defend territorial integrity. African coasts and African shores, they are littered with military bases of the West, and there's nothing that the African Union is doing. When the West want to do anything in Africa, overthrow any leader that doesn't align with their priorities, they are able to do it, and the African Union can do nothing about it. It is time we either disband it, or we give the African Union some teeth. The other goal of the African Union was to accelerate the political and socio-economic integration of the continent. Right now, the continent is so disintegrated. The continent is falling apart. The continent is so isolated. Nations are not trading with each other. We need the African Union to champion the. All right, Dr. Matsanga, I will land in the next 30 seconds. We needed to champion the socio-economic integration of the continent, and we needed to promote and defend the common positions of the African people, which are increased trade within us Africans and with the world. We want trade. We don't want aid. And we want the African Union to take its high position in promoting peace and ensuring stability in the continent. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga, once again for your giving me an opportunity to talk in your platform, and I will land at that.
Thank you very much. This platform allows opinion, and we don't gag people from speaking their minds about things that they feel should go that way. And I like, Joe is my best friend. I like his views on ICC. I don't like ICC, and I will never like ICC until I'm taken to the grave. And may God help me that when I'm going to the grave, no ICC official should ever come near it. Please, I don't like them because of the selective measure, the nature of selective justice, where they come to select. It is, it is. I don't know. Radio Punchline in Africa in Nairobi. I wanted you to place the document, my paper that I have given today. I don't know whether you have done it or not. I want you to place the paper here so that people can pick from the paper and ask, because I've answered all these things that Joe, Stephen in Nairobi, good evening. Stephen?
Yeah, placing it in a few seconds.
Yeah, place the document. Let it be there so that people like a Joe who have gone to Harvard can look at the point, the points I raised there. I don't hate international organizations, but I hate international organizations that have double standards. Period. Why should America police for Mr. Bashir to be taken to The Hague when they didn't sign the same treaty where they want Bashir? Doesn't he have blood? Is Bashir's blood brown or yellow or purple? Blood is red throughout. So Bashir's blood is the same as an American blood. Why should a country that has not signed to be part of the treaty force us all the time to follow, to go? I am not saying those who commit crimes on African continent should not be punished. They should be punished. But let's punish them from Arusha. Let's punish them from Addis Ababa. Let's punish them from Gambia, Banjul. Yes. Let's punish them from Ivory Cote d'Ivoire. Where let's punish them from South Africa, African Parliament. Let's set an African court. Let the judges be selected. They sit there waiting for these war criminal men who run around here, sell, butcher people, slaughter people. I am happy that Mr. Buhari, after receiving my petition, I am not a joker. I just don't talk. You think Matsanga talks like that? Buhari has a petition that is waiting. He's finishing his term of office next month. He had to say, forgive me, because he has read my petition, which is already lying here. If he falls sick and comes to Charing Cross Hospital in London, walai ya Mungu, walai, hawezi kurudi. He will not go back. Yes. He will have to answer why he rendated a gentleman, a British national, who is in his custody, and the court released him to go. He refused. So Buhari has now started saying, forgive me, pardon me if I've wronged you. My dear, write to me. because the paper is waiting here. Don't try to step here. I'll get you. My documents are waiting. I did this. I didn't ask any Nigerian. Because when you ask them, they think you want money. They are here, Nigerian, these Biafra guys. I've never even asked for a penny from them. But when you say contribute and we file an application, they think about money only. So I did my way with my international lawyer. Thank you very much, Chief Taku. We are bad boys on international law. We are bad boys. We studied this. And my professor, you are seated here. You educated a powerful guy here. I don't just talk. I go to that court. This court here was sorted. It's the one that brought law in the whole world. So if you enter there and the judge looks at you, you have your English well laid down, you will finish. These guys are playing. Let Buhari finish. After he finishes, if he doesn't release Namdi Kam, if he falls sick, let him go to Saudi Arabia. But never to step in the United Kingdom. He will be on the handcuffs on the bed, like a Pinochet. So Joe, speak again now. We don't joke. I'm not an NGO. I'm not. I'm not. I would even sell my shoes and my trouser and I get money to file those applications. I filed several applications against ICC. "21 applications. Joe, didn't I release your people? Didn't I make noise? Nobody was making noise. All of you were quiet in Kenya. But I had known what ICC is. I came down heavy on them and dismantled their cases. Yes. Then why did I go to school? Joe, I didn't stop outside the school classroom. Boss, I entered inside, Dani, inside. Therefore, we are not saying we leave people to go free, but we want them to be charged. If you say Bashir killed people, did Bashir kill a Mzungu? Did Bashir kill a white man in Holland? Bashir killed Africans in Darfur, allegedly. So let him be tried near Darfur, so that the Darfur people he killed, the family, hear the judge in Khartoum sentencing Bashir death by stoning. And the people will be happy if you want, if he has been found guilty. But why do you carry Bashir and dump him in a cold place near the Atlantic Ocean, where they have recovered land from the sea, and the sea one day might come? You know? Do you know that Holland could break loose? Eh? And Joe is ever flying there, enjoying the water. One day the water could come. Eh? You are melting water. It could go over those barriers. Is there a sea there? Is there land there? Holland prison will be drowned. So, ladies and gentlemen, these topics are here to educate people. The ICC is not a good organization for Africa. And that's why, Joe, we created Article 127, that if the marriage is sour, your wife is beating you every day, telling you to sleep in the sitting room instead of the bedroom, what do? You file for divorce and give notice of divorce, isn't it? Joe, I think you know very well, because recently you told me I wake you up so early to do these programs. And I hope you are not. They have not filed for divorce yet. Thank you very much, co-host. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. David Matsanga. I would just like to clarify something. I see that a lot of people that have spoken are requesting to speak again. I have to give others a chance. So if you guys are patient enough, I'd appreciate it if you guys can wait till after. But this is fair, so we need to give everybody a chance to speak. So we'd appreciate some patience. After Joe, we had Badare. Hey, Badare, how are you?
I'm okay, ma'am. How are you doing? Dr. Matsanga, thank you very much for that presentation. Co-host, we've got radio here, radio punchline. We've got Truth, my sister. I always love you from far away. In these lands that we're in and the wars that we're fighting. Joe, I think I had so much to say to you, but I think Dr. Matsanga has done justice to that. My contribution today is Dr. Matsanga. Your prophetic word is coming alive. What African children are supposed to do is to learn the battlefield and understand the trajectory of the American hegemony. We have to understand how it is happening. The Americans have just signed an agreement with the Taliban to fight ISIS. That is a telltale sign, Africa. The war is coming back. ISIS is going to be brought back to African lands, and it's going to be coming so hot, and it's going to start killing, and the whole cycle begins again for the American hegemony. So these are the things that we need to be learning as African children. But one person once told me that we are too good for our own good because we study only to save their nations. This is time to give back. Let us look at the battlefield. Let us look at our waters. Let us look at our lands and the skies and everything around us and land. Many apologies. Yes. So let us learn and let's listen to the battlefield, to the heartbeat of war and the heartbeat to survive. It is very important for an African child to really understand the heartbeat of survival. How does it come to be, and how do we protect it as we grow stronger in our thinking and the practices that we are wishing for. Dr. Matsanga, I hope and pray to my living God that I will live to see you in that African Union heading that ship to the direction it's supposed to protect Africa from within and outside. It is very, very important to have people with a mindset that is not forgiving. Many apologies again. I think we were muted there. So my presentation today, Dr. Matsanga, is to say we understand the proxy war that is happening in Sudan. This place has never seen peace, and will probably never see peace until something within the African context actually starts cracking, and our people understand who the true enemy is. Like I've said, I've only brought news, Dr. Matsanga, that your prophecy is coming true. Definitely, war is coming, and the ISIS is going to be resourced again to keep the American hegemony. It has already begun. Many thanks.
Oh, Africa, I'm doing the combing for you so that the conversation becomes very interesting. Pandari, thank you very much. As we move with speed, Ade, prepare your paper. The next one, I think, Dion, Africa, you have the list. I haven't seen Lukwago coming. We are about to finish, Mr. Lukwago. Don't see when we're about to finish, then you come. We would like to see a lady. Lee, where are you? We would like to see a lady speaking. Oh, it is a picture. This guy is under the lady, or a man disguised under the lady's name or picture. Would like, are you a lady, or if you are a madam, an African lady, we want you to make your contribution in this debate. Women should not be left behind. Anita from Uganda, what has happened today? Sudan is bleeding. You should, women, Miss T, you came and left. You did not do. Commander Safi from the M23. Thank you very much for coming. I was looking for you everywhere. How can you miss Uncle's lecture? Commander Safi, surely. Where have you been? You see? Thank you very much. I told you to hold not to hold the territory. Just surrender the territory to Kenyan forces that are looking after that country. Please, don't hold the territory. You are my commander, Sam. Please, I beg you. Safi, tell them, let them bring peace in Africa. We need peace. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ade B, followed by, I think, Africa, you know who next,
Yes,
but
yes. After
Ade
Ade,
B,
we have Truth, and then Lee.
yes. Then
Thank you.
Manzi, then
Thank you.
Luku.
Cool.
Then the speaker.
Very
Then
good
we come
discussion.
to Njoro. Then now
Jordan
we
Mabu,
pause
am I
there.
not in?
Go ahead.
Yeah, very good discussion. I think what's going on in Sudan is definitely, would affect all of Africa, and everybody, every African needs to be concerned. But I think, we can't rely on the government. The government's weak, the institutions are weak, the AU is weak, and everything like that. I think we need to use
Boss,
technology.
Ade,
Yeah.
you have got a very good voice, but we are not hearing you properly. Go slowly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Can you hear me now?
you either your acoustics are not very clear. Arrange your acoustics so that we get your message clearly. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Give me a second. 1 second.
For those who don't know what acoustics is the study of sound, is the sound proof in any given circumstances. This is a teaching place also.
Yeah,
I like to
sorry,
hear
let me
everybody.
start.
Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead. Now that's
like
better.
I say, the
Yeah,
Sudan
yeah, that
situation,
makes sense. Good.
the Sudan situation is a situation that is, other African countries are not helping, because of a weak government, weak institutions. I think it all starts from us, man, being Pan-African and using the technology and ways of building and bonding together. I think we need to really do that. I mean, even in spaces like this, Dr. Masanga, you've done a lot of stuff in kind of building people together. I think we need to really look at how we can do that and build institutions ourselves that can really do something and help the situations in loads of countries in Africa, because Africa's just got the capacity to really, to change everything. I think, we have people, we have resources, but we just need to be more organized. So if we can find ways of building a kind of a new Pan-African movement, I think that would create, more of a solution to some of these problems that we see in these countries. So I think, we need to look and find ways that we can do that. So, I think, you know, follow people that are doing good things on these spaces and things like that so that we can move forward. So I'll land my plane there.
Ade, are you still with us? Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
all
yeah.
that you
I've
want to
finished.
contribute?
Like I said, it's the Pan African movement. I think we need to really be pushing that further, man. We need to be bringing it into 2023. We need to be using people to our people to find solutions, working together. I think that is the way forward, because we could be waiting for these governments forever. I think they are compromised. the AU is compromised. So it's all about building, I
That
think.
is true. That is very true. I agree with you, Adi. We do all share a responsibility, a common responsibility amongst us as Africans, and that is to play our role and continue our fight for one another. Truth, are you ready to contribute to the platform?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, Gwendolyn and Dr. David. Thank you so much for holding the space. So I would like to, kind of bring a different picture. I have never worked with the African Union or anything, but there was a time during the last 5 years of war in Ethiopia. I have gone and read their vision. So the vision, and this is on their website, the vision of the African Union is to bring a peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in global arena. So I want us to, this is a psychological warfare first. So what I mean is we have to stop attacking our entities that exist in our continent, no matter which country it is. As an Eritrean, we are very familiar with how they use and utilize religion, attack against our government, or my fathers and mothers who went to the trenches are still sacrificing their 60 years right now in Eritrea, right? But just because they stood up and said, we're not gonna die, we're not gonna go extinct, they're still demonizing them. And you hear all these propaganda that is like a psychological warfare, psyop. What they do is they pay someone who doesn't know much, and then like they try to claim that our government is doing this and that. This is the propaganda. It is a psychological warfare. We have to start from where we're at. We must look at the details of what's going on in Sudan. I'll go to Sudan. I'm not sure if there's anyone from Sudan here who could break it down for us, but the last 3 days, I lived in Sudan, by the way, before I came over here to the US. Sudan was beautiful, people were amazing, but the forces behind this war are not Sudanese in nature. We have to identify that specific point. This is the same thing they did in Ethiopia. They murdered over 1 million Tagaru. This is like the northern region. The last 5 years, guys. This was not an Ethiopian war. Biden and Blinken were there murdering with their agents in Ethiopia, making it look like it's the Tigray versus Amhara. It wasn't. It was not like that. So I want to tell you guys, we are improving in this vision that African Union has for Africa. We must recognize where we're improving and then build from that. If you continue killing your own father and mother, those elders who have stood for Africa and have still fighting today, if we were not fighting, we would all be extinct. Guarantee you guys. Guarantee. Africa would not be the one that it is right now. So we must look at where we're at and who's telling us this information. Dictator this, dictator that. I live in America. Those people in the White House have been in the White House for over 100 years. The only way one lady just left is she died in that White House. She died. She was there 67 years. Is she a dictator? The same force runs everything in America. But do we sit here and say, oh, those dictators in America? No. So I want us to change the terminology we use, because what would it help us with? We would help us identify the specifics. So with the Sudan war, since I read the last 3 years, 3 days, I'm like, all of a sudden, Sudan is having a war. Remember that Ethiopia, the powers that be, the international court, the UN, the US, they did not succeed in Ethiopia. They wanted Ethiopia to be worse than what it is right now. So we are getting better in Africa in waking up and stopping the war faster. It's not going over 30 years anymore. You know why? The East African country, actually, they are talking to each other. We got to give credit where it's due. Those governments have been talking to one another. That's why when they came with full force, it's not working for them anymore the way it used to. So we have to identify what is the detail of this war. Who is being bought by the West to attack the country? We have to identify that. The reason is because in war, we have to help when we're tweeting, when we're writing, when we're fighting this thing. Every country in Africa, we must be involved in tweeting and writing. At least we have that power. Now, I would like you guys to tweet to Sudan. I did it under this room. The Twitter, you just have to look up Sudan News Agency, Sudan government, the African Union at Sudan, the UN, the Sudan at UN. We have to write them and say, do not kill one another for the sake of Egypt and America. We have to get that message across. First, we have to stop the bleeding, right? That's the action point. Please, guys, today when we finish the space, or even when you're sitting here, let us forward that African Union does something to go and help this war. Eritrea is always about peace for every African country. So with Eritrean government, they're always telling Sudan, hey, just have peace among you, sit down and discuss it. So I want to report for you guys, we are coming to victories. As African Union said, they're fighting. They know that it's going to be a long struggle to uncolonize our nations. That's the bottom line. But to say from America, it's a dictator this, dictator that, that is a blanket statement to help you understand that, to be hopeless. The truth is, there are businesses going between African countries, have been for thousands of years. Africans did not live by other countries all these years. That's my
My
second point.
sister, Truth, would you please talk the truth? 1 month, 30 years, no constitution.
Lee, let her finish.
I
Then
mean,
you
it's
come.
too
I
much
know.
propaganda here.
No, I know you'll counter her propaganda later, please.
Yes,
Okay.
Lee.
So
You up next. You are up
If
next, but
if
let's
if
respect one another.
So
you come,
this,
you
I'll
wait.
clarify what Lee is saying for you guys. I'll clarify what she's saying. She's from the Tigray, tribe. Okay. And while she's crying, there's no constitution in Eritrea. Eritrea has always had constitution. Ethiopia. What's important is for us to identify how we want to run our nations and run it. External broad constitution or accusing us of this and that. That is, if America is telling you to tell us that, tell them just work on America. Eritrea works for Eritreans, and that's it. Okay. So you want to address your region, which is the Tigray region, you have the right to do so. But stop accusing Eritrea when it's not your nation. I am Eritrean, and I'm speaking on behalf of Eritrea today, and I'm more than enough. Now, the last point I want to make is, yes, it's the same thing. The war in East Africa, it's continuing. It didn't just start with Sudan. We have to identify why they started a war right now. One is funding one, and the other one is trying to push the other side to be antagonistic against the other. If you guys remember, a year and a half ago, this whole thing did start. The people who talk about Western democracy did start a protest in Sudan. Remember that. Guess what? The Sudanese, I was so proud of them. They utilized their government and the system that existed to squash that war that was supposed to start. But they didn't leave them alone. Here they are again. Sudanese people are not war mongers by nature. It is the US and Egypt. There's a GERD point there. The GERD is about to finish. When the GERD is finished, the Africans can actually use electricity. They can use water. This is not a fight against, Eritrean against Tigray. It's not. So Lee, if you come up, please talk about how we can bring about solution for East Africa. Do not use talking points of the Westerners and the colonizers and try to tell me you're not doing this in Eritrea. We are content with what we're doing in Eritrea. Our GDP is growing. So the last point I want to make is, please,
my sister,
yes.
Truth, you know me,
I land, Mr. Doctor. Thank you so much.
I always give you leeway, both of you. And I am nurturing you. I'm nurturing you to become good debaters and very well organized, good young ladies. And I like both of you. You come from different extra ends, but you are all Africans. So you finish your points. Lee will come up to counter those points. I will moderate the debate. Thank you very much. You have 1 minute to land your points.
Okay, thank you so much. So my final point is this. We have to understand what the African Union was created for. And we also have to understand they are doing a lot of missions and a lot of jobs in Africa. They are. I know it looks like when it comes to wars, they're not jumping into the wars. But specifically, they wrote on their page, the citizens of that country. We have to start being responsible. Like government is always pointed at. You know why? If there's no government in a country, then it's destroyed. That's why. So don't point a finger at governments when there's millions of people on the ground eating and sleeping and living, and all of a sudden when there's a war, the government is pointing. We have to ensure to call citizens to be responsible and on a daily basis say, how's our government running? Do we have security that's going to protect our innocent every day? Do we have protection? Are we working with other countries in order to create security? The East African countries are doing that. And my last point, if you don't like what African Union is doing, keep them accountable. And if your country is represented by African Union, detach from it. Detach from it, because that's the only way. And then we could fix it. Thank you so much. I respect everyone. I appreciate you guys. I am not for war. Eritreans have never been for war. We're always about peace. We want to protect our people, and we always have protected our people. And the East African countries will come through. I pray for Sudan. This bloodshed will stop. Just like I prayed for Ethiopians, the bloodshed will stop. They're doing a good job in Ethiopia and stopping the bloodshed. And I pray that Sudan will do the same thing. Thank you so much, guys.
Hello. Thank you very much. I invited ladies. Now I got the fire. Thank you very much. Lee, before you come, let me give you one number from Tanzania to wake you up. A radio punchline in Nairobi. Good evening. Are you still sleeping or you are on the line? Can you give us one number from Nairobi, please? Radio punchline in Nairobi.
Sleeping.
Are you sleeping? You leave the person to deliver her point or his point home. Even if it is painful, like you learn quite a lot and then answer back. Lee, Take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga and Mr. Long. Thank you for the opportunity. I have been listening since I think the very beginning when you were giving the presentation. Thank you for all the details. About the African Union for Africa. That's what the reservation I have, because being in war for the past 2 years, the African Union has done nothing to the Tigrayans. Instead, the leader of the African Union was saying it is a law enforcement. Go ahead. Was denying the involvement of Eritrea while there was active genocide happening in Tigray. From north, Eritrea. From south, the Amhara and the Ethiopians. There was no medicine going. There was no food. My people was not allowed to get their money from the bank. 2 years. I know some of the supporters of Abiy and Isaias, they will laugh. But we passed that agony and still we are in pain. And 1.2 million people perished. Not in fighting, because lack of medicine, lack of food, a lot of things. No single African country stood alongside my people. That pains me. So it's good to say African by Africans. And Dr. Matsanga, I heard you saying our leaders betrayed in their countries, like to say Abiy Ahmed, the leader of the genocider, betrayed in Addis while he is in power. Will that bring a true justice to my people? No. So, I just get...
Lee,
Yes.
can I ask you, I was actively involved in the Ethiopian Tigray conflict, and we seem to have finished it. We are now rebuilding. We are rebuilding our lives, your lives, the lost lives, the lost country. The divided country is being rebuilt by His Excellency Obasanjo, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, and His Excellency the Vice President of South Africa, plus the two sides. There is one thing that I was behind the scenes in this conflict, but there is one spirit that I learned from this conflict of Ethiopia. I swear God is watching me. Despite all the suffering that people on both sides had, they all came out on the table. And I listened. I'm telling you now from the bottom of my heart. They all came up on the table and said, we need our nation back. We are fed up. We need our nation back. And they got the nation. So, as we speak now, ladies and gentlemen, reuniting a nation that was broken by war takes time. The wounds of the past cannot die quickly, but they eventually die. That's why you see Hitler is They used to be Hitler. But if the Germans kept on talking about Hitler every day, would the Germans be giving us the money to develop our African countries? No. I know your heart. I know what happened. Some of us stood up to support your cause. And I think you had me all the time supporting. I was even labeled. I'd been hired by Eritreans. By Tigray. I was labeled a Tigray guy, but I had to stand my ground because I'm a friend of both. I worked in London together, three of us, actually four. The late Zenawi, President Isaias Afaki. If you go to him and ask about Dr. Matsanga, he will not ask who. He will tell you my Ugandan brother. He knows me. We worked in the same office. And Dr. Tedros, he was younger. He was in Nottingham University studying medicine. So I did not know the difference between Tigray, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. I thought it was Ethiopia. Until my brothers left me behind, we helped them. Some of us were giving them logistics to remove Mengistu Haile Mariam. When they reached there, they separated, they went different ways. Up to now, I've never sat down. Fires came to Nairobi, I was not there. I came when he had left. I wanted to ask him what went wrong. I've never met him again. Since we met each other in London in 1987, 89, 90, we were working in the same office. So, my sister, please, these things have happened, but we are rebuilding a nation. So whatever happened, everybody came out and said, we are sorry. Don't carry the anger. Don't carry the anger. Let's see how best we can correct such that it doesn't happen again. Lee, proceed.
Okay, doctor. So don't you think justice should be served? You don't just pass by like, sorry, a genocide has happened on my people. That's what I'm talking about.
Accountability is coming, but we must stabilize the situation, then ask for accountability. You agree with me?
Yes.
Accountability must be there in any redemption strategy. If accountability is not there, the war will break out again. That's the best I know. Thank you.
Okay. If I have like a minute, I want to ask you a question
You have
about.
time. You have time.
Yeah. Okay. When you say earlier, you have touched a little bit about Ethiopia might have been involved in the war in Sudan, siding one of the parties. If I heard you correctly, am I correct?
Yes. For your own information.
Yeah. Let me finish. Let me.
No. It's okay. I am giving you more information. There's a paper up there. Have you seen it up there on top of?
Okay, I will.
Yes. Take that paper. It is true.
Okay, so it has
is
details.
My paper position. Please, people print it out and have it. Take it to your platforms and discuss. Yes, it's true. Ethiopia
Okay,
has
how about
taken a stand.
Eritrea? Actually, we are hearing that Eritrea is siding Delgado, or actually, we are hearing also there are troops on the ground, Eritrean troops, because we know, I mean, Eritreans will say something else, but Eritrea has been in war with Yemen, Sudan, Ethiopia, all the surrounding neighbor countries. So Don't underestimate Isaias Afwerki, but that's the rumor now we're hearing. Isaias is the culprit. He's involved. Yeah, that's my question, though. Thank you.
My sister, truth is waiting for you here. Truth is saying don't touch Eritrea. But you are all, you know what? You are all very good girls. And I've separated you several times on platforms. Today, I don't have the energy. I've spoken very well today. I have, it is true. Every African country is taking a side in this thing. So there's truth, hold your fire and then finish. Then
Yeah.
are there
One
other
more
people
thing.
who want to speak? Yes.
Yeah, one more thing. My sister Truth might answer too. You know, when Eritrea declared its independence back 30 plus years, the population was like 3 million and some. Now it is less than 2 million actually, 1.6 million. The youth has fled, you know. So, I mean, this is just the truth on the ground. You don't like talk about it like there is.
You mean 1.6 million people have fled?
No, the population in Eritrea now is 1.6 actually. That's what.
Are you sure?
That's what we
so
heard.
Where did these other people go?
They flew. They fled the country. You know, there's no conducive living condition in Eritrea. The youth go to, Sawa, war.
That's a lie.
Just
That's a lie.
not conducive.
Okay, thank you very much, Lee. Whatever it is, please, you give her. This is a lady. Don't harass. Today has been a very nice lecture. Whoever is coming in to disrupt at the moment, please, you can't manage. We have done very well today. So, my co-host, Africa, I've taken over because is becoming a very complicated situation here. Not that I have disregarded you, but let's look. Mr. Luku has been here for a long time. Luku has been waiting. Then we have Lord Lukwago, Mayor of Kampala in Uganda. Then we have a Mr. Yes, Musena Waritoka. Hey, this is a complicated name. Musena Waritoka, thank you very much. You speak after Mayor Lukwago. Luku, you speak after I've finished. Then Mayanja, you follow Musena. Then now we assess. Then, there is my friend from, are you in Nairobi? Abdi, you are lost, but welcome to the club. Good evening. Or it is coming to morning where you are right now, but it's evening where I am. Thank you very much. Let's hear the voice of Luku. Mr. Luku once, Mr. Luku twice, Mr. Luku thrice.
Lukudu. It's Lukudu.
Lukudu, are you still with us?
No, I think he's gone.
I think we've lost him. So I think we can proceed to Lukwago. Lukwago, are you here?
I'm Lukwago Swali. You can call me
Lukwago.
Swali.
Swali.
Yes.
Lukwago Swali, okay, you with us. You may proceed.
Thank you so much, co-host and Dr. David Matsanga. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Dr. UN, this war, it is a proxy war. It is a proxy war in the sense that the mediation efforts of US and UN have led to the fightings between RSF and the Sudan Armed Forces. Doctor, I read about a statement from Mr. Anthony Blinken, whereby he said that there are some elements from Sudan that are against that agreement they are enforcing on two Sudanese. There are a certain group of people within the Sudanese forces that pressured Ms. General Burhan not to conform to that agreement, where US and UN want to make General Burhan and Mr. Hamdan Dangalo Hiko. Okay? These guys, the Kizan Islamists, are saying that no, it cannot be more than us. Doctor, you happen to realize that these two warring groups or warlords committed a lot of atrocities to people of Sudan. Okay? RSF killed like 120 people back on 3rd of June 2019, and their violence in Darfur. UN and US became mute on such killings. Okay? So, Doctor, these two, that international agency, United Nations and the United States of America, have been left naked. And now their kind of democracy they are promoting within Africa has become questionable. Okay? How could you a militia group to work with a national army of an independent country? And Mr. Burhan actually made a nice statement that they are going to make sure that there is no any armed group outside the army, but it was too late. By the mere fact that they allied together with RSF to stage a coup against a civilian-based government. So, Doctor, US, it's not yet at that stage of superpower rivalry. It's US, and its superpower hegemony it is enjoying today. That is slapping down. That can be seen from the mistakes they have made in Sudan that have climaxed into a war we are witnessing today. So, African leaders desist from relying on militias. Okay? Militias are what led to the downfall of Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. Why do you come up with parallel armed groups? While you are having, Doctor, the other time you told me that Sudan has a national army. Then why are its leaders relying more on militias? See now where they have taken Sudan. And to make it worse, the country purporting to be the champion of democracy has been using that militia. Okay? They used that militia to put down Gaddafi. They have okayed United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia to use that militia in Yemen to fight the Houthi rebels. UN and the United States of America, all along they have been mute when United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are funding that militia. Today, see where now it has taken them. Thank you so much, Dr. Matsanga.
Ala Lukwago, Today you have come with a classic approach. You have agreed it is a proxy war. Thank you. Lukwago says it is a proxy war as it is. He said it. It is true. How many African countries have such militias? I leave the question to the audience. My paper is very clear. Me, I've analyzed. You can read it. Students can ask questions. You can tag me, tag each other on this platform. I now want to excuse my audience this side. Some of them want to go. We have passed 17 minutes past their time. Some professors would like to thank. They have thanked some of you for the good presentation. I could see everybody here was taking notes. I believe me or not. When you get this clip, keep it for history. You never know. There are many of you students who are applying for courses in universities in London. You have people already here, and the people are going to make documents and write journals on this type of topic. First of all, we warm the house, Africa, they're in Africa. Let's have a Tanzanian song. There's a song that usually brings me good, it brings back life. And I want to thank Queen Linda for coming. Thank you very much, Madam. I want to thank Zeli, Dr. D. I know you are there. Thank you for coming. You are handed for this lecture. This is the beginning of all lectures. All Cecil, I can see all of you up here. Kenya, you were on the front line, but you disappeared. Dr. Alfred, thank you very much. Kajubi, all of you relatives of mine, friends, students, I can see 4 students of mine in Thames Valley University, where I did a lecture for about 4 months. I've seen 3 of them. Then Thames Valley College also, I have seen many. Oh my God. Thank you very much. Today you came up. I'm still the old horse, still here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a nice song quickly. Queen, thank you for coming, and keep it up. I have seen my son from Canada, Fahad. I'll give you the last minute to make a vote of thanks. Don't go away, because I'm about to close the session once I finish the speakers that have been selected by the co-host. Thank you very much. If you want to speak, now put up the hand, and we shall now bring you up. Thank you. Bring that song of Tanzania Radio Punchline in Kenya, Nairobi. Those are greetings. It is the song simply says, there is nowhere you can hide. Every time there is chaos, even at the funeral, even at the wedding, there is chaos. Shida in Swahili means iko, there is a problem. Even if at the burial there is a problem, you see people struggling over a dead body where she to be buried, or people taking property of the dead people. We have seen churches, someone creating a church to kill people. This Shida everywhere. Buhari refusing to release Namdi Khan. Shida, you see, until he now reads it, he has read my petition. He said, pardon me, forgive me. You first release him, then we shall remove that document from court. Otherwise, Mose, don't try to step this side. We are waiting for you. We shall catch you. Now we have a new way of catching dictators. Mr. Speaker, Musene, I can see Musena.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Then there is you hold Musene. There is a man who has been here from the beginning, the speaker.
Oh.
He has been waiting for a long time.
Right, okay.
Let him go, then you come. Then Joel, you have just come, okay? Then Joel, then we stop there. Fahad, I told you to be on the standby to close this thing down for us. But for people who are here, I'll give you a chance to say one thing a minute as you. Don't forget there is a paper here already on top. That paper is there. I don't know whether it is still there. The paper I gave out on my lecture in black and white, you can take it to your platform, discuss it in your classroom. If there is anything to ask, you can always ask me on my Twitter handle. It's up there. And that's it. Let's hear the speaker. We are sorry to have kept you long. Meanwhile, chief host, deputy host, co-host, the co-host, prepare your parting shots. You will close it in a very good ceremony. But let's now hear from the speaker, then Musena. Then we come back for Fahad, for Joel, then Fahad, then Truth, Cloud, and then I hand it over back to Africa. Okay, the speaker. Mr. Speaker, are you hearing me? Co-host, are you hearing him?
No, I do not hear him at all.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Matsanga, interjection. I've raised my hand for long. I don't know whether it is not seen, but I'm still waiting.
There you are. You are on the platform. Go ahead, Mr. We are sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga. Thank you very much. You're a wonderful mzee in Kenya. That is what we say. And I want to thank you for the platform. Thank you, the co-host, and thank everybody from up. I have one or two issues to submit. One, that Africa needs her independence to make her own judgments. And the war in Sudan is a proxy. I want to thank you because many times you've stood against
the Western religion in terms of leadership and trying to bring us a democracy which is choreographed to take back our resources from Africa to them. I want also to thank you on being stable in regard to issues EACC. You were in Kenya during a stalemate in 2012, 2017 about the struggle for electoral justice and trying to actually identify who the really winner was. And you stood again, you stood for the leadership of former President Uhuru Kenyatta, and now his deputy, and now the President of the Republic of Kenya. Now, I want to say that the African Union should be put on check, just as you have done a paper, a petition on the release of one in the Sudan government, the embattled country. We need to do a serious petition to the African Union because, as the previous speakers have mentioned, we've had a challenge on the African Union not coming down to exactly establish the truth and the genesis of the wars behind each country. Kenya has a problem, which you know very well, that it is not about the power struggle in Kenya. It is about an encroachment of certain nations who want to take ransom, who want to take captive the Kenyan leadership so that they can be able to direct Kenya the way it runs. The same applies to South Sudan, which has had a long-term, an endemic war. Now, truth be told, that when you read about the papers in from the United Nations, for example, the Institute of Peace, they only give a narrative and a good story to blanket the war. But the fact is that the Western world have got a hand in African leadership and affairs, and we should stand against these doctrines, because Dr. Matsanga, a learned fellow, a man of integrity, a man endowed with a lot of wisdom, who has stood to provide leadership skills and direction advice in trying to tone down the wars across the African continent. You have that same intellectual capacity, understanding, also to come out and line us into petitioning the African Union to make very serious justification, very serious amendments in regard to their policies on how they operate. Otherwise, if we cannot be independent, if we cannot be able to create our own independence, the African Union, the African Development Bank, if you know very well, came up as a result of a contribution under decision by one of the embattled leader in Africa. And that is why that same leader was hunted down, because the Western world believed that Africa, having had a low interest or a no interest fund to fund African activities and programs, then we will not get their loans, we will not give them the interests which they impose on us. And so I'm beseeching all listeners across, my young man who is trying to learn and study leadership and governance, and I stand to be guided that the African Union, that summit, is not independent, because they need to stand to their principles and values to protect their lives, the democracy of African states and also bring about peace and harmony. Identify the challenges and the attacks of the enemy and the war, who is intruding, trying to bring about what we call a disconnect among the African states because they want to disintegrate our unity. And that is the reason why the same Western countries never wanted us to have a united states of Africa. If we did, they know and they believe that we will not depend on their resources, will not depend on their money, which they lend African states to carry out their projects. Those are my because of time, those are my very humble submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you for those acknowledgements you have made. I have indeed not waffled, never been intimidated. I have said my stand, just as I refused ICC from 2005 when they issued the first warrants against Ugandans and left segregated the type of Ugandan who should go to court and the one who should go to relaxation and build more empire and kingdoms and houses and enjoy. I refused the ICC. Up to today, I don't care a damn. And I've told you that even if you come to bury Matsanga going down the grave, if you see an ICC official near my grave, chase him. I don't like them. It's not a court. It is just a club of thieves who sit down and choose among us who is the best thief to become this judge, that. Our judges in Uganda are put on national TV in Kenya. A chief justice in Kenya has to answer questions. Even some questions are very embarrassing. Asking a woman whether she has a wife, a husband or not. Asking a woman, how many times do you see your husband? These some questions are asked because you are going to become a chief justice or a judge in the courts in Africa. That is the type of scrutiny our African courts do. But when you come to ICC, we just go in a hole in The Hague. In New York, I've been there twice, 4 times, 6, 7. We sit down and the people look at each other who has worn the best shirt, the best suit. Matsanga has come with a suit from Paris with a perfume. Give him the job. And these guys come and arrest our leaders. Forget about leaders. Arrest people. In DRC Congo, look at the mess there. There is no soldier from DRC Congo government who is in ICC, but they only arrested rebels. So my question is, do rebels shoot with water? Or do soldiers of Congo army shoot with water so that this water does not kill the other side? That's where we parted ways with International Criminal Court. Mr. Joe, you might love them. In fact, you can love them and even dance on their heads, but not Dr. Matsanga. When they came to Kenya, they did the same. Crime is crime. Crime is not divided in 2 parts. That is ODM 3, PNU 3. How do you divide crime that way? International law, which I teach, does not divide crime. International law says the highest responsible person is the mafia godfather who sits in Sicily and say, go and kill Delon in Cape Town, and Delon will be seated on the balcony. Don't shoot the window, shoot at the balcony. That's international law, criminal law. We look for that person, the Sicily mafia godfather, who directs the assassination of Prime Minister Alda Moro. Those are the people we are looking for. But you come in Africa and pick people, say, take that one, take that one, take this, take Gaddafi's son, because he was the son of Gaddafi. You have killed the father. You come for the son. You come for the daughter. Then how will the world be? Until I had to fight so hard through, and I want to take this opportunity before the members of the physical people who have sat here physically leave. The British government, thank you very much. On the question of Gaddafi's son, the Foreign and the Commonwealth Office, you intervened. He's alive. You listen to my petition, Prime Minister Cameron. You listen to my petition. You read my letter. That boy is still alive. That boy is bright. That boy can speak. When he came to London School of Economics, he spoke and I saw that vision. I said I would not keep quiet. I would petition until they save this boy. He's there now. And then you have a stupid ICC coming. Oh, we have a warrant for you. Why don't you arrest the terrorists who came and took over power in Tripoli, and now another terrorist called Khalifa Haftar took over power? There are two there. Why is ICC not sending warrants of arrest? Not me. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker, for those good words. Now we are coming towards the end of our discussion. Musena, make it quick.
Okay, I will be brief. Thank you, sir. Thank you, host.
Then
Can you?
Joel, wait. Make also Musena go. Joel next. Then I can see Cicely. You just no. Cicely, you came again. You are waiting for the last minute and you are coming. Cicely, then Fish, then the rest who had spoken earlier. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Dylan, then Fahad is the last guy, and we take it. So prepare. If you have spoken before, we are coming to you. Musena.
Thank you. It's horrible what is happening in Sudan. I mean, words cannot explain the horror that people are going through there. It's terrible. I am Zimbabwean myself, and as you can see on my profile flag there, I think you can see my Zimbabwean flag is turned upside down. In other words, I'm literally saying,
Are you not committing treason?
Possibly, yeah. But all we're trying to say is that there is something wrong that's going on in Africa. The war in Sudan, to my understanding, is a power struggle, not proxy. I believe that yes, it then becomes. I mean, foreigners get entangled or tangled into these conflicts because there is a wave that they can ride on. There is an appetite, a power struggle simmering beneath that they ride upon and take advantage of, and then they take sides, etc., etc. This is the way I see it. In Sudan, there was a coup. A coup begets a coup. Fire begets fire. In Zimbabwe, there was a coup. Africa was quiet. African Union was quiet. SADC was quiet. It was sanitized. It was taken to be, oh no, it was just a soft coup. It was just something that happens. But already we can see in Zimbabwe right now, when you look at the political economy and the mechanisms, the power struggles that are happening through this junta, you can actually see that it won't be a surprise if a Sudan emanates, a second Sudan emanates in Zimbabwe with the coupists or coupists struggling or fighting against each other eventually. So it is folly for us, Africa, to always want to find blame elsewhere, to find blame abroad. Remember, when you are pointing a finger at someone, one finger, the other fingers are pointing towards you, probably the majority. Let's look at what is wrong with our Africa. This idea of having a platform that we can actually dwell so much on what foreigners and neighbors are doing to us, ignoring what is happening within our home. I think it's not just deceit or naive, but it's also self-destructive. I think we've got to properly examine ourselves in full, in more detail. Let's control matters and issues that we can control, and
Musena,
things
Musena,
that we can control is us.
Musena,
Yes, sir.
Musena.
Yes, sir.
You have now come to the speakers gallery. You are trying to cross over to see the borders of the speaker. We chose this topic.
No,
and
sorry.
Wait. We chose
Yeah.
this topic.
Yeah.
We gave two sides.
Yeah.
Don't you think I'm very intelligent?
You are very, very. I know.
Two
That's
sides.
why I followed your platform.
I said, is it a proxy? And today you are one of the first speakers to point out. If I was marking your exam, I would give you very good marks.
Oh, thank you.
So don't spoil by saying let's not by going into English semantics. You are
No. I'm not blaming you. I'm just
no. Don't cross that river because there's a crocodile waiting. It is me. I will eat you.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
Don't
Don't
worry.
cross Zambezi.
We have
You
got a
go ahead with
crocodile
your points. You have made very good points. In fact, you
yeah.
are the first person to point out the power struggle issue.
Yes. Can I just make two last points?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. So that's how I'm looking at it. I think if the neighbors are causing a problem within a family, and they are coming in, they are bound to use one or two people amongst the family who have got an appetite. If you go and bribe a police officer, you have to know and understand that this policeman is hungry for money, is poor, he doesn't have A, B, C, D. So I can access them and then I can bribe them so that I can do A, B, C, D. I think in Africa, we have got to have leadership. It's been years now, nearly more than half a century when we're independent in Africa. We should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder to avoid and to repel external aggression, not repelling external aggression by killing our own. No, but if possible, let's just attack them. Look at it, America and Russia. Every time Russia is trying to antagonize and infiltrate and even get involved in American elections, but they exposed Russia and the Kremlin recently in the previous elections. This is how a country that is ready to defend its own does. It will expose external forces and repel them. And if we are not yet able to repel external forces and infiltration and manipulation, then we haven't got the kind of leadership that we want in Africa. This is why I'm always worried about the leadership, the caliber of leadership that is in Africa. It is the barrier. The leadership we have are actually the ones that are making us more vulnerable, more susceptible, more poor. They are not the kind of leadership that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the rest of the world and fight and stand for their own. This is the same that happens in Zimbabwe right now. The opposition has no avenue. People are quick to say that the war in Sudan is proxy. America is coming to influence. But when we come and tell them that elections in Zimbabwe are being stolen daily against the opposition, and the state resources are being unleashed on the people, people don't. The rest of Africa doesn't want to know. They say no. There's nothing like that. You are failing. It's because you have got no liberation credentials. But when they are infiltrated by the rest of the world, they cry foul. They recognize it quickly. If we think ICC is bad, if we think those international institutions are not saving us, AU, let's formulate our own that can stand, that can judge, that can put these people and these the commanders in Sudan that are perpetrating this war, that can put them on judgment. Why can't we form our own ICC then in Africa if we are not happy with the ICC internationally? Thank you.
Yeah, there you are. I brought you back because you are touching the speaker's gallery. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mudara. Tatenda. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Every good thing comes to an end. We are about, but we still have 1 minute each for some people who have come in. Cecil Rhodes, not Sicily. Cecil Rhodes, my brother Cecil Fish, and there's
Thank
a
you.
gentleman called Joel. Where is he? Is he gone?
I think it was me next, Joel.
Where are you? I'm looking for you.
I'm here.
Okay, Joel, go on, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Go on. We are sorry. We have ignored you for some time. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Matsanga. I love the work that you've been doing, especially with your platform and all of our continent. And I would really want to dwell first on this Sudan war. I want to begin by saying that, I really want to support the last speaker and agreeing to what he has said. I really don't think that the Sudan war is a proxy because, first of all, I'm a strong believer of institutions, and for Africa, we have failed to come up with strong institutions, and it's generally about a power struggle. If you look at Tunisia, if you look at Zimbabwe, if you look at Kenya, if you look at Sudan and South Sudan, going all along the elections that have always been held in those countries, we cannot really say that these elections are free or fair or even verifiable. But one thing that we would always want to lay blame on the West, but we still have the West in us because after independence, we still use some of these countries use their currency. If they are part of your economy, you can't really drive them off you because they are part of you. They run even our elections. They choose the leaders whom we want. So I really don't think that they will be involved in our problems, but it's a power struggle. Like, for example, in Sudan, when you talk about the two leaders, Abdel Fattah and Mohammed Hamdan, a coup begets a coup. We saw this in Tunisia, we've seen this in Zimbabwe, we saw even this in Burkina Faso in West Africa. So when even in Uganda, most recently, when Museveni came to power, they always have coups and coups and coups. And I'm sure Mr. Matsanga really knows this better. But I would really want to emphasize that African problems lie amongst us, and our solutions can only be achieved when we have African solutions. Because I believe that our institutions or even our constitution really is a copy and paste. It doesn't really reflect our culture, who we are, and it doesn't really help in solving our problems and driving us as a people, because we tend to borrow a lot from the West, but our culture isn't like the West. That's why when ICC comes for us, even though it is us who really would file petitions to them, we will still complain that why are they coming after us, or why are they coming after our leaders. So the recent explosions of war, not just in Sudan, even the Tigray war in Ethiopia, are symptoms of deep-rooted problems which lie in Africa. The moment and the point when we shall not view America or we shall not view Europe as the major cause of our problems and start looking us as a people. Because you cannot say that when Africans are corrupt, America does the corruption here. When we look at the war maybe in Tigray, or when a leader in Eritrea stays in power for 30 years, we want to say that it is the West or it is Africa. No, these are our problems, and we must really face them head off rather than hiding behind proxies which they are not. Thank you so much.
My co-host, can you take over then? My co-host, can you take over?
It doesn't seem like she's there.
Sally, Darren Africa co-host, are you there? Okay, Ceci, take the microphone, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga. It's always good to be on your space. I thank you for the wonderful work that you're doing in getting the African people together and trying to educate us and helping us understand and appreciate the problems and the difficulties that our continent is currently facing. I'm sorry I wasn't able to speak earlier on because I had some duty calls, so I had to leave. But I heard you talk about the ICC, and I actually support your view on the ICC because I think the ICC does not serve the interests of the African people. So I think we need to as a collective, we need to discuss the way forward, because we cannot have a situation, Dr. Matsanga, where we have no systems in place to ensure that Africans, war criminals, are brought to justice. Because at the moment we don't have any default position, because we have these people who've committed some horrific human rights abuses. The so-called RSF that we have today, who are causing so much atrocities in Sudan, they are the same people, together with the government forces that they're fighting with. They're the one responsible for killing 300,000 Black African people like me and you in Western Sudan. The atrocities that they committed was so abhorrent. It's unimaginable that such people are allowed to continue to walk in the streets with impunity, having committed such horrific human rights abuses. So if Africa is going to move forward, we need to have accountability. Those who commit war crimes must understand that whatever they do, they will be held responsible. Otherwise, we'll have a situation where people in the continent will continue to do this kind of horrific abuses against poor, innocent civilians, knowing the fact that there will be no accountability, no ICC, there will be no one to hold them to account. So in as much as I agree with you fully that the ICC at the moment is a political tool that is used by America and other people to actually go against people who didn't like Putin, for example, we also need to think about how do we move forward, because we cannot have a situation where we just ignore the ICC and then we don't have any system of accountability in place to hold people to account. So I do believe that we need to find a system in place, even though I disagree with the ICC, but I don't agree with the fact that these war criminals should walk the street with impunity. Omar al-Bashir is a war criminal. He needs to be held accountable. I know the ICC is not a good, not an appropriate um, means of doing so, but we need to do something. We cannot allow this to happen, because without proper accountability, there can be no lasting peace. Because you can have peace without justice and reconciliation. So we need to sort those ones out. Coming out to the current position there, these two groups are fighting. They are both war criminals. So to be honest with you, I don't give a monkey. I understand there is an internal rift between them, because as to how they integrate the RSF into the normal army and how quickly they get to democratic civilian rule. So that's one thing. But the two are not mutually exclusive. You can have a situation where you have an internal rift, but at the same time, you have external forces who are taking advantage of that internal rift. Because at the moment, I think you actually mentioned it earlier on. We have this guy called Khalifa Akhtar, who is a warlord, who is actually based in eastern Libya. And we understand that he was in exile in the United States of America. He spent up to 20 years there, and he's a US citizen as well. So that guy is now a leader in Libya, and he is supportive of the RSF. So they actually have an agenda. They have interest in that region, because Sudan is a very strategic, geopolitically strategic area of Africa. So these people will always try to interfere and cause instability in Sudan. So I understand the fact that the two can actually be true. You can have an internal rift, power strife between two factions, and at the same time you can have external forces who are trying to influence that rift so as to create instability. So the two cannot be, they're not mutually exclusive. So that's my position on that. But my main issue is that Africa needs to have accountability. People who do wrong, we can have reconciliation. Reconciliation is important, but the truth needs to come out, and we need to have some form of justice for people who commit horrific abuses against civilian people, who kill women and children, who burn people's houses, who ethnically cleanse black people because they're black people. These people cannot get away with impunity. We have to have a system in place. Unless and until we do that, I cannot see the way forward for Africa, because it will mean that people will continue to do it because they understand that there's no deterrence in place. Unless you show people that there is a deterrence in place. For example, if there was no system in place to ensure that murderers are sent to prison for life or they face execution, people will commit murder because they know that there will be no consequences for doing so. So we need to have a system in place, Dr. Matsanga. So that's my position. So I just want to thank you one more time for giving me the opportunity to speak on your platform. I appreciate it a lot. It's a very educative platform, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to speak earlier on, but those are my submissions, and thank you very much for allowing me to express them. Thank you.
Don't forget to take the copy of the paper I gave. It's up there.
All right, Dr. Matsanga, I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Don't forget the copy of the paper.
I will go through it. I promise you. Cheers.
Yes. Thank you very much. My co-host, welcome back. I hope is it Indian Ocean? Which side of Cape Town are you? Are you on the Indian Ocean side or the Atlantic side? Delon, Africa.
Hi everyone. Sorry, Dr. David. I lost connection there.
Which side are you in Cape Town?
I'm on the
On
Atlantic
the
side.
Or Cape Town or Atlantic side?
The Atlantic side, so it's definitely cold out here.
That's why if you had been on the Indian side, the waves of the Banguera current would not have taken off your power. Thank you very much. Delon, we have moved very fast, and we are now coming. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to have fish. 1 minute or 2 minutes. Fish, please. Then Delon can take over from me and call the following people. call.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Matasinga. I
Yes.
make sure I deliver your message to Mr. Putin. I'm going to say they have received your message, Dr. Matasinga. Moscow, Russia, they have received your
Oh,
message.
thank you very much. Don't tell
Yes,
people.
yes, brother.
Don't tell people yet. They have received the message.
Brother, they have received the message.
Yes. On ICC, we disagree. You can't arrest Putin when we have warmongers who killed so many people walking free. If we arrest Putin, we must arrest Sarkozy of France for having dismembered Libya and stole Gaddafi's money, and the court in France found him guilty. So I've put a caveat there. Tell Putin that there is a young African guy, no, an old African guy, the same age. I think we are almost the same. We put in. So there you are. He can come and visit Africa. There is no African leader who can try. Who will try? You try to arrest Putin, the war will begin there. I think some of these people make silly rulings that we want to arrest Putin. How will you arrest him? Who? Which jail will you put him, Jermaine? Who? This Joe goes on playing here. Can you say you can arrest Biden? Which jail will you lock him in? Hey, aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Fish. Do you have any word to say?
Yeah, brother, I wanted to say one thing, that the situation in Sudan, I have really great news for all my South African brothers and sisters and people in Zimbabwe, people in Sudan. This is great news. Why? Because the Americans are airlifting their people, even their own citizens, US citizens, out of Sudan. They are deporting them back to their homeland, United States of America. Why? Because they are scared, because the Russians have officially backed some kind of paramilitary group over there in Sudan, and they have captured multiple Western colonizer units. These are domestic terrorist groups operating inside Sudan, and the Russian group Wagner, they were able to capture these terrorists, and working with the Sudanese paramilitary, they were able to capture the Western positions. And the West, Joe Biden, he's really scared. He's really scared what's happening in Sudan, and they're now evacuating. I'm repeating again, they're evacuating every US American citizen from Sudan. They're evacuating them. This is real good situation. The Sudanese land is being liberated. It's being, freed. And some people even say that they want to join the Russian Federation. This is big threat to America. Very big threat. They lost very key strategic country in their own interest. A lot of U.S. interest in Sudan, but now they evacuating people, they pulling people out of Sudan. So to me, this is good news. Unfortunately, 400 American mercenaries, American U.S. mercenaries in Sudan died. Yeah, died. This is true. 400 already. So this is very big problem for America. Very big problem. They're trying to figure out how to control, how to keep it under control, how to take back positions they lost, because they lose a lot of positions in Sudan. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. This is very big problem for America, but this is good for the people of Sudan, because their land is being returned. It's being liberated from this Western colonizing British government that occupied Sudan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fish. You seem to have come with some news disturbing us. So, thank you. Fish, you
Oh yeah,
finished?
they're lifting people out of Sudan using the helicopter because they're so scared to go directly inside the Sudan country. Have U.S. soldier, peacefully, bring back, U.S. citizen, back to safety. They're so scared to go directly inside the conflict. They're sending only airplane, only helicopter, heavy lifting cargo planes to evacuate people from Sudan. They do not want to fight Russian backed Sudanese paramilitary. These are trained Sudan paramilitary groups.
Thank you very much. I think people on the platform, Africans, you have heard it for yourselves. So it is a proxy war that has sprung up, and Mr. Fish has confirmed the same fears that I had. So here we are, another African country gone.
Yes, brother, 400 U.S. Western mercenaries operating in Sudan. They are dead. They have been neutralized by the Russian special forces and
So,
also Sudanese paramilitary.
Let me, Fish, let me ask. What, neutralize? Why don't you neutralize them on their soil? Why are you neutralizing them on our soil?
Well, these are people. They
I am
have
asking
they
on
cause
behalf of
problem,
Africa.
in
Why
their
don't
own
you fight?
country,
Why
so
you
they
two people
wanted
fight
help.
now? You have brought us a fight closer. We sell our tea to Sudan. Uganda, Kenya, we sell our tea to Sudan. Our tea trade is disrupted. Our oil cannot go out from South Sudan. The port is not going to be usable. We are now paying high prices of dodging Sudan and passing through Congo forest to Chad and Tunisia instead of passing through Cairo and Libya. So you see the price we are paying. But thank you very much, Mr. Fish. On ICC, we agree. On other things, we can debate. But on ICC, I don't think anybody will try to arrest Mr. Putin. It is a useless, a futile attempt, if I can say. Thank you. That brings the close of our. Oh, Mr. Kunai just comes in now at late hour. Mr. Kunai.
Good evening, Dr. David Matsanga, Punchline Radio Punchline Africa, joining us from Kenya, Nairobi, and Dillon, my sister Dillon, and how are you today, my brothers and sisters? I would like to say hello and good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever they might be, to my sister Zell. Zell, how are you? I'd also like to say hello to Mag and my sister Mag, and I would like to say shout out to Mag and everyone else here that I know. Claudio, Fahad, and my brother Fahad, Fahad and Amir, yes, Amir, the leader. Amir means leader, if those of you who don't know, and he has definitely got the qualities to be a leader, Fahad, whenever I listen to him. Today I'm very sorry I've missed what's called the space. As you know, today is a Monday and a working day for me, kind of busy. So hopefully I'll join next programs. But the situation in Sudan is deteriorating, worrying, concerning, and we pray for Sudan and rational minds to prevail and stabilize, and may peace return to Sudan Reason being, basic human necessities such as water, food, electricity is non-existent at the moment as things are, and foreign nationals, Western nations are pulling out their foreign nationals, United Kingdom, USA, the European Union countries, and many African countries as well. Neighboring African countries are pulling up and their foreign nationals from Sudan, and which indicates that the situation is deteriorating and will continue to deteriorate further until it gets better. So, Dr. David, and we all pray for Sudan as Africans and as Pan-African space. We hope and that Sudan and that peace may prevail in Sudan, inshallah, God willing. That we hope that things get better in Sudan, and I'm hoping hoping that Hamedi and Burhan can get their act together and let normal citizens return to Khartoum and return back to their normal life. Thank you, Dr. David. That's all I wanted to say since you're closing.
Before you go, you should know the very good news that Mr. Bashir is missing.
And how does that? How will that contribute, Dr. David? I might be very naive. How will that contribute to peace and stability in? Because is the fight? The fight is not Bashir. The fight is.
You never know. He might be one of the few presidents on the continent who will come back to announce his return.
I don't see how that be happening because he was ousted.
Why don't you?
He was
why
ousted.
Don't you listen to me?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Why are you not reading my lips? Mr. Bashir is missing. You are not a Christian. You are my Muslim brother. When the two women went to the tomb and they were looking for the body of Jesus, they found the tomb open. What did they say? They said, the tomb is empty. He's gone. He's not there. I have any Christian here who can help me the real words. Joe, you always say you go to church every Sunday. Joe, what did the women say? The Bible says he's gone. The tomb
he is risen.
empty. Yes, Joe?
Yeah, they say the tomb is empty. He's risen. But I don't think Bashir is going to rise from where he was and come back and be declared that he is.
Yes. So the cell where Mr. Bashir was, was empty. Ladies and gentlemen, can you laugh a bit? It is very interesting. The cell is empty. The way it's the guy is not none. He might surprise us tomorrow to announce that he's the president. He was a commander-in-chief. He was relieved. Now he has come back to take power, full power and control over Sudan. And you have seen the suffering. You removed me, but you have never been the same people. Don't you think that people will welcome him? Because this guy is just removed people. At least there was bread on the streets of Sudan. There's no bread now. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's come.
Oh my God. Are you saying this was all coordinated by Bashir so he could come back to power, Dr.
Why
David?
do you want to get these words from me? Can't you read the atmosphere? If he is not in the cell, where is he?
Dr. Matsanga, do you really understand why
the president of China moved to Russia to meet Mr. Putin. Did you really think about the outcome out of that?
No. That's why I'm here to learn.
This is what we are saying.
Kunai, you didn't know the news that the guy is gone. He's not in the cells. Where is he?
Doctor, if I may ask, do you
Yes.
know about the? I would not be surprised what you're saying, because
Yes.
remember the TPLF leaders who lost the war in Ethiopia. The U.S. flew them to Pretoria and then to Kenya, and a week prior to this war starting in Sudan, Blinken went to Ethiopia and reinstated the terrorist TPLF leaders into the region where they murdered 1 million people.
My
You know that?
small sister, my small daughter. Now you have come again. The someone is going to come back. No, please. You have come
No.
again.
We go back to Bashir, because the reason I'm bringing that up is because I would not be surprised if they try to pull that in Sudan. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up, because they did that exactly.
Honestly, don't be surprised to see that Bashir comes back on television and announces he's back.
I hope not, because that would be an embarrassment for
it can't
the
be
whole
an
world.
embarrassment. He was overthrown. A military coup is illegal.
But they have the three branches of government in Sudan.
Okay, now where has he? Can I ask you, where has he gone? Where is he? Has he gone to heaven?
But the Sudanese calmed that situation down, and so now if they bring him back, it's just going to be another problem. So I hope the Sudanese people get together and do not allow him and solve their issues from here forward.
But he could be one of the sides. That, from this lecture, didn't you pick something that I was trying to communicate to you? That
a little bit.
That there is a possibility. Who formed the RSF? Wasn't it Bashir? Who gave RSF money? Wasn't it Bashir? Both Mr. Burhan and Mr. Duglo were commanders of RSF before Burhan went to be the commander of the army. But it was Bashir who gave them the powers to form RSF, which was Janjaweed. So don't you think, one, all along I've been telling you, it is the struggle. One group wanted to throw Mr. Bashir to the ICC. The other one said, no way. So whoever has taken him out of this tomb, it is empty. Can we end there? I am not going to disclose what, I'm not going to say anything beyond this. Kunai, please leave me alone. The tomb is empty. Truth. Don't you read the signs?
It will be very worrying to see this unfold if it's what you say this. And this throws out the window. This throws out the window the popular revolt of the Sudanese people to oust the dictator.
Why are you not saying? Don't forget about dictator. He was the commander-in-chief of the Sudanese armed forces. We in the military, listen, we in the military, we have a discipline. Cloud, don't you tell these people that Matsanga is a military man. I cannot leave my commander. I cannot make my commander-in-chief to if there is a chance to smuggle him out of the tomb, I take him. So
you
one of the
100%
generals
right.
has taken the commander to safety. Is it wrong? I can't leave my commander if I'm the captain. and my commander is the lieutenant colonel, I will fight to rescue my commander if the chance comes. No commander of an army, no soldier of an army leaves his general to be taken.
The doctor, but didn't they take him, move him out because he was going to create more chaos in the country? Yes,
Truth.
it
Why
was.
are you asking me these questions? Read. Why don't you read Africa? Can you tell them? Can't you read the mood? This thing is now fluid. It's very, very nice. It has been added. Mr. Prasha, you are making us to sleep here the whole night. Prasha Kuma Singh, what do you want to tell us? Maybe you are in Sudan yourself. Can you talk now, Mr.
Yes,
Kuma?
yes, I can talk.
Tell us, do you know where Mr. Bashir is?
No, I don't know. But I have some few limited points, and if I am allowed to,
Go ahead, go ahead. Tell us, but begin to tell us the tomb is empty. I know you might not be a Christian reading the Bible, but the two ladies found the tomb empty and they said, he's gone.
okay.
Where did Bashir go?
No. My limited point was, and just from the outside point of view, where there has been no kind of, kind of attention that this Sudan conflict should have got on the world. I'm just speaking on behalf of that, number one. Number two, my limited point is there, because of this conflict, there are diplomats, there are citizens from other countries like India, Germany, Europe, South Asian countries who are there. My limited point is what we can do, because these citizens, because of their diplomatic relationships, they have to be there. That's why they were there, right? Now, what can we do to get or to get a relief that they are not impacted? That was my limited point, Dr. David. And apart from that, religious angles and other things can go on. But as of now, there were persons that they need to maintain some relationship with, as a great country called Sudan. They were there, and now
Ask Mr. Prasha,
yeah.
you are speaking from which country, please?
I'm speaking from Germany on behalf of
Okay,
India.
thank you very much. I can see from your background you are a career book reader and a passion and diplomat. Thank you very much. I can see that. Thank you. And you are brought in a new aspect, but things fell apart. The same guys on the Security Council. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Dr. David, if you can just give me 1 or 2 minutes more.
Yeah, there you are. You have it.
Okay. My point is very limited. So we are in a conflict. Accepted. Number one. No doubt about it. When we are in a conflict, we will always try to get a more straightforward, balanced approach which can serve everybody. That's the principle number 2. Principle number 3 here that I'm struggling and I'm still trying to gather from all the whole world news apart from the background channels, what can be the best way. And that is where we are struggling right now. So, Dr. David, I think Sudan news hasn't got the attention that the world should get to it. Number one, what you are doing towards it. Number three, how can we make sure that there is no diplomatic disadvantage to whichever side wins in Sudan? Yeah, that's all.
I got your points. What are the diplomatic channels we can use to bring peace? Whichever side wins in Sudan so that people don't die. That is correct. That is a good point you have raised.
Right.
And we are seeking for those ways. We are trying to find ways. But you found us in a mood of anxiety, asking ourselves, where is the man? The tomb is empty. Who took Mr. Bashir out of prison? Where is he? So one side has taken this guy. And you can't be surprised with African politics that you hear from one of the radio stations out there, Mr. Bashir saying, I'm still the president of the Republic of Sudan. And I now call upon, I was a commander in chief, I was overthrown. I now have come back to take power and at assert authority. My country, people have died. I need all of you to cool down. I'm back here. Don't be shocked. Anything could happen because the tomb is empty. Tonight, you might not sleep well tonight, but that's the truth. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now want to come to the end of our show. We've done so well. I would like to give people who contributed to the debate 1 minute each. Don't pass 1 minute, please. If you pass 1 minute, you'll see me come in. Let me begin with ladies first. Lady number one, Truth. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much. Here are my points. So, if America goes to Sudan to work, and then they create a war, and then they fly their people out that created the war, we have to stop this embarrassment in any African country. Those people have been there instigating this war for years. So we have to be vigilant and advise them through African Union, through tweeting to the different Sudanese people in order to stop this kind of madness. They should never be able to come back if they can't stay there and cool down the war they started. My other point is, please open universities in African countries for this kind of dialogue, doctor. It would be amazing that those educations and those curriculums come from people like you and people like us in order to start changing and challenging the norms that have been there affecting us. My last point is, as far as Eritrea is concerned, we do have a system that's working for us. Those of you who keep reading Google information to bash Eritrea, remember England has never had voting system. Their system works for them. Eritrean system work for us. We always have to advocate against any wars in Africa, but look at the truth and advocate for that. Thank you so much.
Can I just?
Thank you very much. No, just a minute, Mr. Prasha.
Okay,
You
sorry.
just a minute. What were you saying? Who wants to say something?
Yeah, just 1 second. Reimagining your nation history is definitely the first step, and thereafter the economic development will follow once you connect the dots. I think I am endorsing Truth's statement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
My co-host, I have denied you the opportunity to express yourself. I just want to give you I've not denied your authority, but I think your internet is falling and coming back. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you and thank all of you. But I now want to give, as I said, Truth, 1 minute you are finished. Cloud, 1 minute now. Then I come to you, Madam Delon. Claude,
Thank you, Doctor, for allowing me again. I'm Chibirige Claudio. I'm in Uganda right now. Doctor, at one time you talked about partition of Africa. This is we have actually started seeing that superpower are coming in now to take part in which country they can really take over. Another one is about having militia groups, more especially when there is a national army in the country, and then the leaders or presidents, they create a militia, which is actually trying to be like policing the national army. And this is what we're actually seeing that happening in Sudan. At one time when the late Gaddafi was still alive, he used to come in Uganda with his own security, and they were actually trying to fight with the ones that are in Uganda, who is going to give him security, who is going to do ABCD. So I believe he also had the same militia. So that the issue of having militia as leaders in power, they should also come to
Vicky,
an
what
end,
did you
because
say? What did you say that you believe I had the same militia?
no.
Is that slip of tongue?
No, it is Gaddafi, the late Gaddafi, the president had the militia.
Please,
Senior.
clarify it. Don't tell people I had a militia.
Not you, Dr. Masanga, not you. I was actually talking about the leaders in Africa who are having a second army that are actually policing the national army. Just like we in Uganda, we have an army that is actually commanded by President Museveni's son, and the one that is actually going in Sudan, and even the late Gaddafi also had one. So whenever he used to come to Uganda, he had his own security, and his own security, those are the militias we're talking about, that he used to fight with the ones that in Uganda, who is going to be giving him security. So that is the problem, that you should have one national army that is supposed to protect all the nationals. Another one is about the Wagner militia group also, that is always hired by any country world over whenever they wish to take them. I think that is also a problem, because it is not a national army, because it is not a Russian army, it is not a US army. So it is something that is always independent. That's not always good to be
Thank you
used.
very much.
Don't care about it.
Kibirige,
Thank
you
you
have
very
made very many points. I have allowed you to go overboard. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, very much.
Yes, thank you. You have highlighted countries should not have two armies, should have one army. That's very good advice. We need solutions now. Solution. Joe, let me hear your solution. 1 minute. Joseph from America. Joe.
Thank you, Dr. Matsanga. Thank you for hosting us tonight and for giving us an ample opportunity to express our opinions about our beloved continent. But before I chime in my last remarks, I want to remind everyone that Dr. Matsanga he's a proponent of a redemptive strategy. He loves making sure that the communities, or warring communities, warring functions, all over the African continent, that they get to sit together and work out their peace and coexist as one. But even as we work on a redemptive strategy, Dr. Matsanga, you know, the one that heals Africa, and let us endeavor to make sure that the truth isn't swept under the rug. Let us endeavor to make sure that that justice is served, and that it's either restorative justice or whatever form of justice is required at any and every conflict that you happen to mediate, at the end of the day, when you get on that plane to go back to London, make sure that justice is served. That those people who on every side of the coin, that you when you get on that plane, Dr. Matsanga, make sure that justice is served and the truth is not swept under the rug. The other challenge is, and this has been escaping most of the peace talks and most of the mission scenarios in Africa.
By the way, I understand. Joe, don't, we are past 1 minute. There are 2 minutes I've given you. Thank you, but listen to me. I understand your plight, where you are coming from. My position is this: anybody who commits crime against the people of Africa must be tried in Africa. Full stop. Because we got our independence. Call it anything. You can call it, you came and gave, people came and gave us borders. They cut us. They came and gave us a religion. Hello? We started praying. I became an Anglican. You became a Catholic. Another one, Fahad, became a Muslim. This came from outside. Now, there is a new thing also coming, which I don't want. I'm not a party to that discussion. There is new culture coming on the continent. We are being told we have to follow it. Are you seeing my problem? Are you seeing my problem? We have been colonized. We have been partitioned, demarcated. The Tutsi of Uganda has been cut into two to the Hutu of Rwanda, or the Rwanda Tutsi has been cut into two because of a border. There is a war there. You saw the genocide. Another Tutsi of Congo does not talk to the Tutsi of Uganda, of this country. The other one says that the Congolese there, you came in our country. Have you seen the trouble we have? I'm refusing that. I don't mind where you can try any leader. Try them in your capital city. If it is Nairobi, put them in the court. If it is Uganda, put them in the court. But for you to airlift people, when we are airlifted, when we are crossed over the Atlantic Ocean, and you see the ghosts are still on Atlantic Ocean. There is the Katarina, there is Jenny, there is Jennifer. Those are the ghosts still there. Because so many millions of people died in that ocean, being shipped by the same guys, the same mentality. Don't you see the pain? Now, another thing is coming. We are told if you don't follow this, you have a problem. Everything that comes, we Africa, we are the one a problem. We are the one experimented on. Even COVID started in China, but they had to trace somewhere in South Africa that the South African COVID is higher. Did you hear that, Joe? Did you hear that? That the virus, the variant in South Africa is higher and tougher because it has got an African element. I am refusing that, Joe. That's why I refuse ICC. I don't like it. Let's try people here. Because ICC court is just like a club of diplomats. They choose each other who should become what, where. I'm telling you, there is no court there. And you know me, Joe, I don't tell a lie. There's no court there. They write back, they say, we have received your complaint and we are looking after it. And this letter shows it does not mean we have started investigation. So they are going to ask France first, should we go to pick Joe or not? So why should we have a court of that nature? If the people themselves who brought this court don't want to be in that court, why do you want to be in that court? Joe, I want you to comment on this thing. Joe, the tomb is empty. He's gone.
Dr.
Why don't you
Matsanga,
comment on that?
all right. Personally, I don't care for the ICC. I know ICC is not the best solution for Africa. I know it is an imperial court that is put there to prefect or to monitor the nations of Africa and other third world nations. And until the day that they will bring George Bush or Tony Blair or Barack Obama and other Western leaders like the French Sarkozy, until the day that they will arraign them in court and charge them for millions of lives lost all over the world, then we will recognize the authority to try our leaders. But there is still the glaring or the gaping hole in Africa that we let our dictators die peacefully. We let them die and transition into heaven if they believe in heaven after running amok and killing and mass murdering our people. As Africans, we have
Point noted.
We have not brought any of those into justice. Some of them we put them into ships or into planes like Idi Amin, and we let them live with money after plundering our countries. What are we doing as Africans to solve this?
Joe, my brother, don't be too much American. You give space. Leave some space. Leave some space for some room for redemption. Some room for Gachacha court in Rwanda. In Rwanda is the best example where the people who killed live now together with those they killed. Isn't that great? And they said, I'm sorry I killed your children, but let's live together for the better of the future. Joe, leave space. Leave space. If I can tell you my personal story here, you can cry tears. But I don't want you to do that. Just leave space, room for even shaking the hand of your tormentor. There's a saying in the Bible that says, before you reach the court, talk to your tormentor or the accuser. Unamwambia, you tell your accuser that, please, you know, if I go there, they are going to put me in jail. And I have my children, some are young. Why don't you and me, we sort it out? I go back, I will never do this thing again. That spirit must be there. It is even encouraged in the Bible. Thank you very much, Joe. Let me listen to this gentleman from Zimbabwe. Every time he comes on the platform, he goes away. Today, I've given you a chance, sir. You have 1 minute or 2 minutes to say something about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga. It's a pain that we are having our brothers being killed or killing one another in Sudan. We wouldn't want to say there is an external hand, but El Bashir would have been a leader who left a legacy. He created these two armies in his country, and he knew that even though they were removing him, they were going to have problems a few years later, and it's happening today. Let me come to the issue of the solutions we need in Africa. I think, Dr. Matsanga, you need to move now into the space of trying to investigate about the best leadership style that Africa needs. Because so far we're talking about this American democracy or a British democracy, which was not part of our style in the history of the continent. We need to look at our style of leadership, that of the kings and what, and then we put it together with something and assort it to make something that Africans can practice correctly. Because practicing someone else's culture or someone else's style of leadership, you always fall short somewhere. So we look at it, if you want to look at our own African countries, there is no country that can say we are democratic in this Africa. I can't point at any. If you go to Kenya today, Raila is on the streets every day because he doesn't believe he lost it to Ruto. And Ruto knows right now he's busy clamping on some, trying to create a way of becoming, winning the next term or immobilizing the opposition. So that fairness is not there in Africans. You go to South Africa, it's the same situation. You come to wherever, it's the same situation. We need to think about what is it? How can we lead Africa? What style do we need? Then from there we can start to judge one another as per that style. Not to say there's an ICC which grades you on the standards of some other alien people we don't know from Europe. So we have to start to investigate and to discover that style of leadership that can help, that can be good for our continent. This is the problem we have. Now, look at countries like China. They do very well with their one-party state. That whichever is called despotic leadership is doing very well for them, and they're a successful country. You go to America, they've got their own style. It's doing very well for them. We should find our style as Africans. And our style is the same from Cape to Cairo. We need to find it. Thank you.
I think
Okay, can
thank
I
you very
speak?
much. I didn't know you had very good ideas like mine, because that's what I've been asking people here. Does Africa need elections? Do you know the difference between elections and a democracy? If you ask people here on that platform to write a paper of the difference between elections and a democracy, all of them will come to the same conclusion. It doesn't matter how many elections you hold, as long as they are not democratic, they are not elections. And that's not democracy. So you've raised very good points here. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have been looking forward to people suggesting that. I will bring that topic back. What type of governance does Africa want? Do we want kingdoms? We want Kabaka Mtesa to be back, the Lukwago, Swali Lukwago kingdom to come back, where in 1963 I had to kneel on the floor and wait. They told me that the Kabaka was coming to our place. He came, we woke up at 4 to roast cassava, iron our clothes to go and line on the sides of the road waiting for Kabaka Mutesa. But ladies and gentlemen, the Kabaka came at 3 a.m. and the first cars, when they came in front, they told us, the teachers at school had told us that when the Kabaka comes, you don't look at the Kabaka. You have to kneel. Not to kneel, but to bow down. So this Dr. Matsanga, instead of bowing it down, Matsanga slept. I put the whole head on the soil and slept. So the Kabaka came past, cars went, and my friends started running towards where the rally was going to be. So me, I was left on the ground sleeping. Now my mother of Mothers Union asked, where is my child? Everybody said He's down there. We left him down. My mother now came running, from the county headquarters in Bududa, running to the corner to look for me. I was still sleeping, and the people were now woke me up, said, "You, whose son is this one? Whose son is this one?" Luckily enough, my father was well known, and with my type, my brownness, like my father and my head looks like, they said, "This is so and so's son." And one man said, "Stand here until if your mother does not come, we shall take you to home." My mom came. Instead of mom telling me that what happened, mom said, "You haven't seen the Kabaka. You have to come and see him. He's addressing." So Lukwago, is that the type of governance we want? We don't know. So our next topic could be, what type of governance does Africa want? Because we have seen elections are causing us chaos everywhere. There's chaos everywhere. People are going to kill each other because of elections. It's not a lie. Every country has got an election. There is chaos. Either it has been cheated, or it will be cheated, or it will not be fair. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think let's conclude this one. Lukwago, Cecil, Speaker, Mwaura, and Kunai. Dylan, I know the network is disturbing you. Come up now. And those are the Lukwago, 1 minute. Cecil, 1 minute. Speaker, 1 minute. Mwaura, 1 minute. Kunai, 1 minute. And I hand the microphone to Madam co-host. Where is she? I've sent you the mic, please. I don't know where you have gone again. Thank you very much, Lukwago.
Thank you, Doctor, again for this opportunity. Doctor, we need to avoid propping up stronger men in Africa. They have caused a lot of problems for the African son and daughter. Okay? Perhaps we focus on institutions. I mean, you do not be talking about ICC, provided we had stronger judiciaries in Africa. And Doctor, you happen to realize that where we have some stronger institution is where are those white men are strategically interested. You heard of Justice Maraga citing fidelity to the Constitution, considered the Kenyan election null and void, because the imperialists are strategically interested in Kenya. You go to South Africa. So those countries with some sort of strong institutions are those they are interested in. So that must stop. The only solution for Sudan to disband the militia, USA should go out of Sudan. It has been exposed by the mere fact that the two factions, the two armed groups it has been facilitating, are fighting one another. US should stop propping up, okay, militias in Africa for as long as they foster its interests against the evil Western democracy they are purporting to prop up in Africa. Thank you so much. Actually, election that so-called Western democracy are un-African. We should go back to our political settings like kingdoms Why is it that they abolished our kingdom? They came up with such elections in a way that we would fight one another, while for them they are fronting their interests. Thank you so much, Dr. David Matsanga.
Co-host, he wanted you to take over.
Oh, hi. Sorry, Dr. David. My network is really bad. So I'm just gonna cut it short. As you guys all know, I am from South Africa and we are part of ICC. However, South Africa has decided to not arrest Putin due to the relationship that we have with Russia. And Russia has contributed to the fight for freedom in South Africa, and we are not willing to jeopardize that relationship with Russia, and therefore we are currently grey listed, which most of you should be aware of. South Africa is part of BRICS, and we will be hosting Putin in the coming few days. I am aware that they have sent militants or Russian militants to prepare for Putin's arrival. But yes, we are not, this is not what the topic is about. I just found
No,
it
no, no.
very
It is a good
interesting
one.
that,
It is. No,
yeah.
my sister, go ahead. Go ahead. It is okay.
Yes, I just found it very strong coming from South Africa to stand against the ICC, realizing that this would sort of break all ties with America. So yeah, South Africa took a big stand by saying that we are not going to arrest Putin and we are not going to jeopardize our relationship with Putin. I think personally, not that I'm biased, but I think it was very strong coming from South Africa, especially considering that there are so many American investments within South Africa. So yeah, it's not a topic I'd like to discuss. I don't like going too deep into things, especially when there's so much left to unfold. We will definitely
Don't
see
worry.
what's going to happen in the next
Don't
few
worry. You
days.
are
I mean,
on.
as we are expecting Putin. And personally, I think for not only for South Africa, I think this is a big step for Africa, because it's time that Africa obviously stands up against not only America but the West. Even though South Africa is part of BRICS movement, and right now a lot of South Africans are like, yes, the dollar is losing its power, but if we're realistic, we're still allowing ourselves to be oppressed by the West. I mean, Russia is still the West. China might not be the West, but I mean, if we go back to World War II, China, America, and Russia were the three countries that has introduced proxy wars to the world. So South Africa being part of BRICS is not necessarily a pro. There's definitely a lot more cons than pros to it, but I think it's definitely a step forward towards destabilizing Western, or well, America and South Africa right now. So that's definitely a pro.
Thanks. Thank you very much, co-host. Maura.
Yes, how is everybody? I hope all are fine. Me, I have a few points to make. Number one, I don't support ICC, but on the other hand, Dr. Matsanga, you'll agree with me that it is very, very difficult to take action or take to court the rich and the powerful in Africa. I hope everybody in Africa agrees with me on that point. If you look at Africa, there are a lot of people. Let me talk about my country, Kenya. There are a lot of people who have looted billions, they have killed, and they have been taken nowhere. They are still just idling. So I don't support ACC, but what I would like us in Africa to sit down and think, what better way
Maura,
can we
Maura,
use to solve our problems? Yeah.
order, Maura. You are saying
Yes,
people
sir.
are idling when they have got millions. Idling, you only idle when you have no money.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay,
Yes,
sir.
you
Okay,
you can't idle when you have money.
Okay,
People who
I
have
get you,
money are
Daktari.
on flights. They are flying. They are
Okay,
in Johannesburg. They are in Mauritius. They are on the sunshine. That's not idling. Please, thank you.
okay,
Proceed.
okay, okay. Okay, Asante Daktari. So what I think we should do in Africa, from after I really studying the whole country of Africa, seeing how things are going, Daktari, is the high time we in Africa, we sit down and we look for ways of how we can have values among ourselves and how we can live as brothers and sisters in Africa without doing evil to one another. I think that one will suit us. But this idea of somebody that suggests we go back to the kingdoms, I don't think that one will really work. Let's take, for example, a case like my country, Kenya. We had the Kikuyus, they had the Mobi, the chiefs, the Ruhias, the Ruos, Rwadamagere, and such. I don't think there's time to go back to those issues because we have intermarried, civilization has come. What I think we should now be thinking of doing as a whole of Africa, we sit down as ourselves, and particularly elders like you, Dr. Matsanga, you guide us of how better we can install value among ourselves, and we make sure that justice become our shield and defender, just like the way our national anthem in Kenya says. And when we have values among ourselves in Africa, how we can sit together like brothers and sisters, how we can see ourselves. Do you know how difficult it is to move from one part of Africa to the other? You need a visa, you need this and this. All these things should be abolished. We stay like one country, one country. We live in peace and harmony. We stop doing evil to each other. Look at Sudan now. Very, very hard, very sick, and very heartening. How can I, as a Sudanese, be used by somebody else from outside or maybe also from inside to kill my fellow Sudanese? Anything should not happen.
Okay.
I should be seen that.
Thank you, Maura. You found
Okay.
us almost winding, but for the respect I have for you as one of
Yeah.
my students, mature students, I have given you time to speak. But answer me one question.
Thank you. Yes.
The tomb is empty, is gone.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
The tomb is empty.
Yes, it's gone.
Jesus has risen.
Where is Mr. Bashir? Mr. Bashir's prison was empty.
I don't know where they have taken him. I'm even wondering up to now.
Thank you very much, Maura. This is going to be very historical in Africa. The tomb is empty. He's gone. Mr. Kunai from Mogadishu, Somalia, is not sleeping tonight.
Interesting. I would like to say hello. Hi, thank you, Mora. Mora touched on some.
Dr. Matsanga, who has stood and fought for Bashir, and who is a lawyer of Bashir. The tomb is empty. So give all of you
Unbelievable.
All of you on the platform, give me a clap. There is that sign which my radio man should do. There is the clapping sign. Where is it? The tomb is empty. At least for me, who has been struggling for Bashir, I should laugh Enjoy today. He's
You
gone.
go happy.
They found nobody in the prison. He's gone. Africa is a very interesting continent. Dylan, my Africa sister, it is very interesting. He's gone. So Kunai cannot sleep tonight. And I told you, Kunai, that one of these days I will show you the way. Mr. Kulundu, Mr. Kundulu, Kadulu, sorry, Mr. Kadulu, hey, this name. Hey, Mzee, where does this name come from? Kadulu, is it Zambia, Malawi?
David, you forgotten my name. What's wrong with you?
No, I am asking.
And Doctor, allow me my 1 minute first, or should I wait
No,
after Mr.
Kunai,
Katungu is
Kunai,
finished?
wait first. Let's have Elida here. There is an Elida who has not spoken. He's Mr. James. J James, please take your
Yes, Daktari. Salam alakini.
Mzuri. Where he has risen? He's gone. Where the tomb is empty. Where has he gone?
Africa is a continent of episodes, and these episodes will never end until when you have the complete union of Africa. Because because you know this the war in Sudan is between two I don't know whether you can call two armies or two different armies. There's a militia.
I think between the two sons of Bashir.
Exactly.
Because Bashir was their boss. Now, among the two sons, who has taken the father? The tomb is empty. Let's begin from there, Mr. James.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see in which is going to reveal in the few days to come. You might find that Bashir is back in the State House, and
thank you very much. That's what
that will be a paradigm.
That's what God has also told me in my vision. So me as a lawyer of Bashir, am I on the right side? Kunai, don't come closer to me. Sorry, Dylan. This is a very interesting matter. So, Mr. Bashir is missing in action. We don't know where he is. But one of the sons whom he created, gave power, has taken the father for protection. Where is he? The tomb is empty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is a paradox, and that is a parable, and what have you. And I think, Doctor, I think what we are seeing in Africa, this is over 60 years of independence of our continent. We are still struggling with military juntas, you know, the military with an appetite to rule countries in Africa is still as fresh as it was during, you know, early 70s and 60s. And I don't know why. And some people would say, you know, the Western democracy is not our democracy in Africa. But again, we have assumed a kind of leadership, a kind of administration of our countries, which actually before 1884, when the Western world set in Berlin to divide Africa, to partition Africa, these borders are just artificial. They were not in existence before that. We didn't know that Africa could be divided. We were just moving freely
from one part of the Africa to another part of Africa, looking for pastures, looking for trade, trading between ourselves. We had no borders. We had tribes, but we didn't have this, these artificial borders. When we took independence, one of the condition we agreed in Organization of African Unity is that we shall respect the borders which we have inherited from colonial powers. They are controversial borders because they are straight lines drawn on them, on our continent, dividing same community between borders. We have Luos in Kenya, we have Luos in Tanzania, we have Maasai in Kenya, we have Maasai in Tanzania, we have even in Uganda, we have people. It's just a complex issue. I mean, you don't know. But if you look into the maps of Europe, the maps of Europe are not straight lines. They are actually, drawn. I don't know whether drawn or naturally, exists for quite long time in history, following a tribe. Somebody said even the World War I and II were not a world war; they were just tribal conflicts, which were codified into global wars, but they were actually not global. So in Sudan, we are finding another repeat of a conflict between same people, same brothers and sisters, shedding blood, hundreds of dead bodies in the streets of Khartoum. I mean, Dr. David, how do you take this? I've been following the news, and my mind just can't accommodate that my son, who is employed in the army, takes a gun and comes back to kill me using the gun which which is bought by the money I contribute through taxes. I mean, where is Africa going? We can look for scapegoats and say this is a proxy war. It's a Western world and the Eastern, these powers. But again, I mean, don't we have our own brain and conscience to fathom, to interpret things and say, no, this should not happen. So the Sudan story is very sad. And again, I remember we talked one day about African Union, and and we are talking about this difficult trend we are seeing now. Sudan, we had one Sudan, now we have Southern Sudan. We have this appetite of people within the same borders of one country thinking of a possibility of separating.
What makes them think of possibilities?
I think there are many
people. People don't just wake up. James, people don't just wake up and think of possibility. There is something wrong, which we must correct.
Absolutely.
One speaker here said there's something wrong with Africa itself.
Absolutely. I agree with you, because when we inherited this kind of of administration of a country, which was purely colonial, we ended up with this kind of policies of marginalization, and maybe even sometimes exactly.
Yes. The more you marginalize people, the more you have bad elections, the more you don't consider elections, the more there's no look. Let's be honest. There is nothing in Africa which is not contestable. Everything in Africa is contestable. Even when you marry your own wife, whom you have just got, and nobody knew about her, they will contest with you, isn't it? Just go under marriage.
Exactly.
Yeah, haven't you ever faced very tough conditions with your newly married? Someone comes and said, I saw her somewhere there. She was mine before you married her. This everything in Africa is contestable. I don't see any Mazungu.
And then when you look at this issue of marginalization, and now making we have these political parties. We call them political parties, but it's
Are there
actually
political
a
parties in
group.
Africa, surely, James?
That's what I'm going
They
to
are
say.
political
We have a group
scats,
of
not political parties.
exactly
Scats won
a
by
group of
ladies. I'm sorry, even the men in UK, in Scotland, wear skirts. So I'm not saying skirts won, which you can change anytime. I don't see a political party. I think ANC is a political party. Chama cha Mapinduzi is a political party. ANC is one. ZANU PF is a political party. It has been resilient. NRM is a political party. The man has been there for 38 years. He has made the people who were 1 year and now 38. Therefore, they only know one president. It is a party. Which other party again? Don't ask me too many questions. Me, I'm just doing analysis.
yeah, but the point, David, I'm coming to
You
is that
better come
even
to
these
it
political
because
parties,
people are tired here already.
the political parties we are talking about, the name you can call it is ZANU PF, you can call CCM and I don't know, National Resistance, whatever. But this is a group of individuals who have, concentrated power into themselves, and they created a system
Not for
whereby
ZANU-PF. Don't speak on behalf of ZANU-PF. I can speak for ZANU-PF. They've not concentrated power. They are busy fighting the West. They are under siege. So ZANU take it out.
and
ZANU and ANC.
and
ANC
and
have
then
demonstrated ANC are dealing with the West by accepting Putin to come to South Africa. Whether you like it or not, Putin will be in South Africa. So take ZANU-PF and ANC out of all those things you are talking about.
yeah, you can do so. But what I'm saying, this
James, take it easy
group of
because I
individuals,
agree with Mr. Zimbabwe here. ZANU PF is not a party you are going to play about. It is a revolutionary party. It has its structures. You can call it all its names, but it still stands.
and
It defends. It has defended. At least ZANU PF has defended.
And the revolutionary never retire. You remember that?
But why do you retire and go where?
And then you can rule forever.
No, let me ask. If you are
They are not ruling forever. They are fighting forever because these people have put sanctions on Zimbabwe. Don't you know about sanctions on Zimbabwe?
And that is what we call
they are put to make Zimbabweans suffer and to scare South Africa from taking their land.
And that is the kind of democracy we are talking about.
Yes.
We don't need democracy when we are at war. We are at war,
economic
warfare.
James, what type of democracy do you want in Africa? If
I would want an idea. I would want.
James, where is democracy? What is democracy? Britain is 966 years old in democracy. And you are. Can you come to Britain? Can you come to Britain and James, switch on mute your phone first. Mute your phone first. Yes. Can you come to Britain and insult the king? And just go on the streets of London and say, King, you have got this, that. Can you do that when the police is hearing? No, you call it democratic. Can you do that and go away? And the people hear you call the king names. You'll stay in that house for how long? They will come and collect you and charge you. So democracy, for me, to be very honest, if I ever take power anywhere in Africa, be careful with me. The first thing I will ban is this election. Because until I teach people elections, what is election? You tell me, what type of election is in Nigeria, for example? Nigeria recently had elections. 94 million people registered to vote. 68 million did not vote. You explain to me as a baby, I'm now becoming a baby because they say the more you grow, James, the younger you become. So I've become, explain to me, where did the 60 million disappear to? Where did they go?
That's a good question. How many registered voters do we have in US, and how many do really go to vote?
Tell me, I'm waiting. Surely the voter apathy in US is as should just 68 million? No. People come to US. People come in the US to vote because there's sausage in the windows. I believe you know very well. There's a saying in the US: if you remove beef from the window, the glass window, people will go on strike and demonstrate. If you remove sausage in London here, Kunai, am I wrong? If people don't see sausage in the shops, they will go on the street.
So, doctor, I think okay, we went. It's like we are drifting to talking about democracy, but I think this can be a subject
Another
which
subject. Yes, thank you. So wind
it
up.
requires a long
mic.
time.
I can see a pastor here. Pastor JM.
It will require a long time to discuss. But if you allow me just to conclude by one sentence about Sudan.
Okay.
I think this is quite unfortunate, and again, Africa needs to solve her own problems. If we begin with that, we have resources to be able to solve our own problems. Sudan is our only problem in Africa. It's not it can have caused by foreign intervention or whatever, but we can't deny this is our only problem and we have to solve. Congo, which has been there since I was born, with this advanced age, we have to solve the problem of Congo. We Africans, if we begin with that, perhaps things can change. Thank you.
Great points, Dr. Matsanga.
Who is this now?
Professor.
Who is this pastor?
This Pastor Esmond. Is Pastor Esmond.
Oh, you have come, Pastor.
I know. Sorry, I was gone. Of course, I don't know what Elon Musk. I don't know what I did to him. He banned my my account, and I had to whatever. I don't know about Twitter.
Elon Musk, you.
I don't know what happened, but I lost my Twitter account, and then I just had to rebuild to this. But I just want to make number one, appreciate you always. Nobody. Those who are here who are new, I want to say nobody comes in Dr. Matsanga and doesn't learn something. But I want to make 2 points. As always, you will know I would draw ourselves into numbers. The question that was asked, okay, let me start with the first point. The first point of the question, which I have a slight disagreement with either James and I think my own mentor, Dr. Matsanga, on the concept of what are political parties in Africa, and I think ZANU-PF was mentioned, NRM and everything. The only way to call those political parties is if indeed they have ever lost an election and they have stayed out of winning an election, especially presidential, and then you call them political parties if they indeed stand. What we have learned in Africa is that once a certain party completely loses a presidential election, then it completely disappears into oblivion, and we don't have it a political party. Something else evolves. So what we are discussing in terms of whether it's NRM, we're talking about ZANU-PF, we're talking about parties in different countries in Africa, is more that, they have been winning presidential elections and therefore they qualify to become political parties. I don't think we have anything like that. We just mean like a presidential, a party that sponsors a presidential candidate is regarded as a presidential as a party. That's one point. The second point I wanted to point out is about the question of the turnout in the. I think someone has pointed out on what's the U.S. Turnout in terms of elections, and I'm gonna cite a few cases. I probably need another additional data, but let me say, 08 was 57% turnout. 2012 was 53%. 2016 it was it was about 53%. 2020 was 62%. By the way, a very interesting case. So the turnout that was being used as an example in Nigeria, I don't think it proves democracy. However, it's critical for us to be on the same page that we've had recorded turnouts in different countries that drive out. You know what President Obama did, by the way, in terms of driving up turnout, young people ever did. Today, I spent a time with my friend Ochieng to discuss about Obama's drive out in his first term, which I, by the way, also paid off in the second term, including where
Pastor,
in a precinct
Pastor, Pastor,
yes,
which Obama?
President Obama. Sorry, President
Which
Obama.
Obama?
The first President Obama. President, sorry,
I
now
know,
you're now confused.
Obama.
I know you become
Obama who left Africa with a swimming pool. Is that the one you are talking about?
No, I'm talking about President Barack Obama.
No, the one who left Africa with one swimming pool. That's all he contributed to Africa.
No, but you are talking about turnout.
I know he's President Obama, but he came and gave us one swimming pool, Edmond. That's my pastor. One swimming pool in Siaya.
But the question was about democracy and turnout and numbers. So my answer was simply okay. I'm not talking about what President Obama.
No, I'm just bringing in sense of humor for you.
I know. I agree with you. Of course.
Pastor, let's leave that aside. I want to ask you one simple, serious question. The topic up there is Sudan. What do you think went wrong in Sudan? 2, you're a pastor. What's going on with our churches? Have we in Africa left a lot of chaos in our churches? Are churches lost? Have they become commercial? Are they commercial?
You and me talk about the truth about church and religion. So let me give you my honest answer, and then our newer people here will tell. We in the political class soiled the church, and once we corrupted it, and we realized that now we have grabbed it. Can I say the bad word nobody wants to hear? I don't. There are no kids here. Once we grab the church by the balls, you know what we have done? Now we are moving to the mosques and the whatever. And you know what's going to happen? Religion in Africa is the biggest tool religion in Africa is going to be the biggest tool in the next dispensation, probably. My prediction,
Pastor,
20 years.
you have answered what I wanted.
My 20
I am
years.
surprised.
Okay.
Let me ask you further. I'm surprised that people in Kenya ask, why do you blame an intelligence system that it did what? Yet you are on the. Let me ask you one question, like a foolish man. You are in the same village. You go to the same church. Isn't it your obligation also to report a crime that I went to church with my friend yesterday, but he has disappeared? Do you wait for police to come to look? Do you wait for the police to come to look for the person?
So sorry, David, if I can just interject just one thing before the pastor speaks. If the people who are going there in that church to worship, until they reach a point they understand this is a crime, but they are not understanding it as a crime. You saw the picture of that lady who was found in the bush, fasting to death, and they are trying to help her, to give her some water, and she's refusing.
So now let me ask this: do you now blame the police?
I will not blame the police.
No, let's be very honest.
Matsanga,
Do you blame the police?
Dr. Matsanga,
Do you blame the army?
Dr. Matsanga, Dr. Matsanga.
Yes, I'm asking. I'm asking serious
I've been
question.
your student on this. Okay, go ahead. And I like the questions you're asking because we are dealing with serious issues that indeed, of course, James and many other friends here need to answer. What Dr. Matsanga is asking: at what point do we, as a person and an individual, take responsibility to protect your neighbor? At what point does James become my brother's keeper? At what point do you say it doesn't matter whether it is police, it is who and who, it is your pastor, it is who you are? When we are applying these principles across the board, at what point do you say that I won't let my brother die on the side of the road as I drive away, or when I hear some information and I just don't report it? And the question is, are we afraid of reporting this because we don't know if it will be acted upon? So, Dr. Matsanga, let me say this as you finish your question. I blame the society, police,
thank you very
myself,
much. Thank you.
And everybody.
Thank you for what you have said. We are rotten. The society is rotten. Honestly, in London, in UK, if you see something suspicious, the first thing you make is first you go into your house, then ask your wife, there is something outside there. I saw two men standing near the car. I don't know what they want to do. Then you make a decision. Do we call the police? And one telephone call to the police, within 5 minutes, they will come slowly driving. They will find a fault. That is what we call community policing. Community, society, polices together with the police. But in Africa, we blame police for everything. We blame security agencies if something has happened. This is why I am asking a question, that when you go to this church to pray, and then you come out, you go back to your house, don't you ask yourself, what about the person I went with? Where is the person? Where is he? And above all, this man, pastor, had a record, a very terrible record of about 200 bail applications. He had been given bail about 50 times by the courts in Nairobi, in Kenya. So now, when you come out to just make, I don't understand Africa ourselves. In Uganda, we had the same thing happened, where a man killed almost 200 people. And they found in Kanungu, in a place called Kanungu.
That is Kibwetere.
Kibwetere, yes, Bishop. You are right. Bishop Kibwetere. But people in the village started saying, Allah, no. In fact, it is not the security agencies that caught him. You remember, James? It is the people who started saying there is something wrong with this church. So time has come in Africa for people to stand up. And I agree with you 100%, Pastor, that people should themselves, society should say, no. Here in Britain, when we see you increasing the price in a supermarket, we start quickly, slowly, and spread the whole locality. And they said that the supermarket, Nakumat, is raising the prices of milk. And you see people coming to your door, to the shop saying, reduce this price. You are charging us a lot of money. Until Africa reaches such a stage, I will not have any. I think there's a gentleman who has not spoken. He has been listening to us. Pastor, if you have finished, you haven't answered anything on.
No. You can go ahead with our guy from Zimbabwe People's Action, but I agree with you 1,001%. What you're dealing with in Europe, the US deals with it. You see something, say something. What I'm hearing about all this confusion in whether it's in Kenya and everything, it's about the rottenness about our society. You presented so well, and I agree with you. As a pastor, it does not represent us. Please do not say that it's all these pastors and religion or Christianity that is rotten. We're dealing with the criminals, cults, occults, and stuff like that. We'll have another discussion another day, but it's not what we represent. We don't stand for it. We condemn it in total, and we agree in every sense, as you said. Please, why was 1,001 people, including their own families, quiet? They lost loved ones. These are people, you see, the moment you start thinking that these tens of people and 60, I think there have been 70 now in number, especially the case of Kenya, and of course other countries are dealing with. These are people who have people. They have loved ones. They have friends. They have relatives. Where were you? Why did Dr. Matsanga say anything that my sister has gone missing and this is what's up? Why didn't we? And then you just mentioned something that is profound, that this guy was presented in court, I'm sorry to say this, and given bail how many
50
times? Okay, so talk to me.
He has got 50 bail applications.
How is that supposed to be a thing that we can laugh about and even like just talk like, hizi ni vitu za kawaida, makanisa yako hivi, misikiti iko hivi, and all this. We are dealing with, anyways.
Pastor, just one hint, if you can allow me. These politicians, I don't know in other parts of Africa, they are using these churches. They invited on Sunday, on Saturday, on Friday. They go there and make politics, and they create some kind of informal friendship with the leaders of these cults. They make politics in the churches, and somehow they get away with it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's
bigger blow.
that.
Yeah.
That is,
So just
ladies and gentlemen. I think we had two people, but we have another new person who has just come in. Safari Muryandongo. Safari Munyarugendo. Hey, this is a very serious.
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir?
Yes, I'm great. How are you, Dr. Matsanga?
Thank you very much, my dear brother. I have been here. I gave a lecture, but now I've been held here to finish, and it is coming late. But let me finish it.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this space. I did hear you several times, and but this is my first time just giving my opinion on some of the points have been raised. I'm from Democratic Republic of Congo, the troubled country right now, and I heard that you're from Uganda, and I can show you we are neighbors because I'm from Bunagana border, which is just the same people back both sides. So the point that I want to raise is about the title. The title says is Sudan a war proxy war or power struggle. The 2 points I want to raise is first about what's going on in Africa as a whole continent, and coming down to what exactly we are seeing in Sudan. It's reflecting the failure of leadership. It's the same situation going over around the world, and the implication can be traced back to colonialism, which really had several bad things that happened to our people back in days. We had our African founders, those who struggled to give us independence. But again, the same Western countries made sure they can put their puppet, and they puppet that ruled over the decades. Really, we went over several issues around the Africa, and currently you can see the spot where trouble are still rising. You can really trace to back what happened in those countries in 1960s. Talking about first the power struggle going in Sudan, definitely we need to blame ourselves. We as African, we have the first responsibilities before pointing fingers to those outsiders. Because in the first place, we had the chance to be educated as African. If we went to school, we knew the rules of law, we knew how really we can manage people. So first and foremost, we should be the one to blame how we never be able to deal with ourselves. And Africa was the victims of either some conspiracy coming from West because of minerals that we have. They depended on minerals, and that's why they came to colonize Africa. But the Western still depending in this current situation. Africa, we depend more. Western, we still depending more on Africa with this new generation of climate change and these new ways to avoid these fossil fuels. And Africa will play a big role. Again, these Western countries will play a big role to make easy way to have what they need from us African. Meaning that we need to stand as African first to block all these influences coming outside. And you can see, compared to what happened to Bashir when he was prosecuted by ICC, I think African should never do such mistakes. My home country, Democratic Republic of Congo, made those mistakes. If everyone know, Congo during Kabila regime was the first country to send his opponents to ICC.
Actually,
and was
Mr. Safari, in Congo,
yes, sir.
The people you are talking about, I'm one of those You know, if you go, you'll see I protested about Congo.
Thank you very
I
much.
refused the Bemba.
Thank you.
I said, how can you bring
Yeah,
Bemba and you refuse to bring
correct.
the president of Central African Republic? Why do
That
you
is right.
select Thomas Lubanga, Bosco
Correct.
Ntaganda, and then you don't bring
Correct.
Congolese generals who are in the army who were
That is
also
right.
killing? I refused,
That's
and that's
sickening.
why I refused the ICC. In Congo, we have
Thank you
people
very much.
there on one side, but the other side of the government, there is no army general there. And
That is right.
yes, which is very
So
dangerous
we are
politics played. That was
correct.
being played in Sudan. The same problem of
That
Sudan
is
in Darfur. We don't have any commander of Darfur army in court.
that is right.
You see?
So the same reality with, again, the consequences on what Kabila's regime did, bringing Bemba to ICC, to Marubanga and the others, those militia leaders who were labeled as the one troubling the Ituri province, Thomas Lubanga and the others, were released by ICC and came back, and they were put again back to the business, which means today we are counting in Ituri province, hundreds of people being killed every day. Currently, last week there were more than 65 killed by the same militia, which were there in 2000 and before. The big question is, now Bemba was released back to Congo. He wanted to be a president, a candidate, but Kabila blocked him for some reason. Again today, Bemba now is the current Minister of Defense, putting the charge of the entire defense
And
of
the vice
Congo,
president also.
and a vice prime minister,
Prime Minister, yeah.
vice prime minister, which means this: taking Bemba being to ACC, he came back. There will never been a reconciliation between Congolese, saying what's happened in the past should really be forgotten. You understand that Bemba is coming with everything bitterness he had for what happened to him, and having the current regime today. We may see tomorrow other situation rising within Congo, because it will never help Congolese to build a nation. And if you see the rhetoric going on with the current legislature bringing up the so-called the law of those having father and mother being Congolese, the only to apply to be a candidate presidency, this will bring us to what happened in Cote d'Ivoire. Now, my point is, ICC was not the right place, the right thing for us as African. And that I think in my time, I remember back in the days from my village, we were calling elders, settle the problem. Before going into the commander, before going into any judge, they were first being settling all those things. And we saw this with Rwanda when they put the gacaca systems. It's one of the examples really should be a lesson to many of Africans. Now, bring this is just to make a big picture of what's going on currently in Congo. To build a nation, it takes leaders to build beyond the tribe. But the rhetoric goes always back, really backward. We're still thinking, acting as tribe and fighting the other tribe.
Okay.
If today the Congo
brother,
is becoming,
my brother, thank you very much.
Let me make it my last point, Mr. Dr. Matsanga.
Yes, just
today we see. Yes, please. Very quickly. Today, Congo is being helped by the neighbors, which is great things, but it's sad to see being helped by the countries where Congo will be the one helping them. And we should really looking on really our leaders to look into African values which are strong and build them from the bottom up, not from the top down. Thank you very much. I appreciate for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Thank you very much. On Congo, Can I tell you something which is the truth? Do you want to hear the truth?
Sure, sir.
There
Go
is
ahead.
no honest person in that conflict.
Totally agree.
There is no, and the pastor and the rest of you people on the platform, there is nobody who is honest in the Congo conflict. Everybody is a liar.
Sure.
Even the president of Congo himself is a liar. I'm sorry to say that. So what will you do? Will you kill me? I tell the truth. For a conflict to be resolved, the rebels must come and tell us where they get their guns. The government has to say which militia it also has, which is killing people. Am I wrong? So how can you solve a conflict? If I were Kenyatta, I would just walk away. I can't solve such a problem. The Ethiopians decided we have had enough. We have killed our country. We are coming back. We want to resolve the problem. But these Congolese, they tell lies. The rebels tell lies. The leaders, 9 countries surrounding Congo tell lies. The government itself tells lies. That's what the complex situation of Congo is. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things come to an end. We have been here for more than 4 hours, 5 hours now. I just want to thank you very much, all of you, for having stayed on this platform. Huge numbers. I thank you very much for listening to my lecture. The paper is up there. You can cram it, send it to your wall, and read it word inch by inch, word by word. Educate others of the things that you didn't know. I always host these platforms on Monday evening at 9:15, whichever time, wherever you are, based on where the space is coming from. So I want to thank you. I want to call Nairobi. Are you asleep? Nairobi Radio Punchline Africa. Give us the last national anthem. All of you people, I thank you very much. This brings us to the end of our show, to the end of our lecture tonight. We have done very good 5 hours. We want now to say thank you very much. We want to wish the people of Sudan to return to dialogue, to make sure that there is no more bloodshed. And I want to thank them for having put 72 hours ceasefire while they find other people, allow people to go back to their homes, those who were intercepted when the war started. Thank you very much for doing that. Play the national anthem as everybody can listen to it as we go. That is our Matsanga Space anthem. Thank you.